was an email we got that was supposed to be read. I won't know that one.
Now I feel like we should have booked an opening band.
I checked, unchecked allowed business time. So I'm just sitting now. So Caesar, I'll have to.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's meeting of the Lunenburg Select Board. Today is Tuesday, March 5th. 2024. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised this meeting is being recorded and broadcast live over the Lunenburg Public Access channel, on Facebook Live on the Public Access Facebook page, and will be uploaded to the Lunenburg Access YouTube channel after the meeting. The agenda lists all the topics which may be discussed at the meeting and are those reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by the open meeting law. We are expecting tonight to have a lengthy meeting this evening, and we will be taking public comment on the front end of the meeting and on the back end of the meeting. So with that, do we have any public comments this evening from the board?
No.
Two things, Mr. Chair. The first one is that the polls are still open. If you have not voted, they're open until 8 p.m., so 58 more minutes at the TC Passios building. Second was, I just wanted to bring to attention to the board and to the public. So in the February 23rd edition of the Ledger, there was a posting from the town of Lunenburg for the owner's project manager for the Marshall Park project. And in reading it, I have to say shocked when I found out that the total project cost is now listed at $8.5 million. That made me race to our Google Drive to find out when was the last time they came before us to ask for ARPA money, which was on April 11th, at which point the project was $5.2 million. So somehow between April 2023 and today, or the listing of this post, this project ballooned by $3.3 million. And I don't remember anything coming before this board. I don't remember anything. Maybe they discussed it at their meeting, but certainly wasn't public. But by my estimations, after the $1 million that was given from ARPA and the $500,000 that they received from a grant, instead of thinking we were $1.5 million closer from a $5.2 million budget, that would make it at $3.7 million to go, it looks like we are like $6 million to go, which puts it further away than before they asked for the money to begin with. So at some point, I would like to have a discussion with the Park Commission about this project, because there are people in the audience today, and there are many emails that we got of people talking about an override just to keep the schools level, and we're seeing a park go up by 62%. So I just wanted to bring that to people's attention. It really startled me, and I'm somebody who listens to and reads a lot about what's going on in town, and this surprised me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments this evening?
Not from me, thanks.
All right. Selectman Nuzolo? Okay. I'd like to make a brief one, so I have a lot of comments when we get to the discussion on the override, but I first want to address something that was stated at our last meeting, and I want to provide a correction. At our last meeting, when we met with the legislators, and on the stage we had the chair of the School Committee and Finance Committee, Senator Cronin provided a response that's intimated that there was a direction that came from me, the chair of the Select Board, that advised them as the delegation to not meet with other boards unless they go through this board. And at the time, I did not correct that misstatement. I think that at the time, I didn't correct it. I think that I tend not to be overly defensive. I think that I probably believe that people sometimes misspeak, especially in these kinds of settings. It didn't register to me as something that needed to be addressed. In hindsight, I should have addressed it. And so I want to just clarify today, I don't believe that the chair of this board has the power to advise our state delegation to not meet with their constituents. That has never been my position. I think that engaging with our delegation, especially when more people do, is a way to get additional resources for our community. I know that in the context of the conversation about meeting to go over legislative priorities, that there was a discussion about having a consolidated meeting, but that was not a broad edict that would or should impact other boards. So I certainly hope that other boards will continue to reach out to the delegation and any members of the state or federal legislators at any time, and encourage them to provide your ideas, make recommendations, and encourage a dialogue and communication. All communication, again, with all outside entities is for the better interest of our town. I've always held that belief. I still hold that belief. And that I'm pretty unbending in that. So I just wanted to make that comment, that clarification, and again, to apologize to my colleagues for not correcting that in the moment. I think that it puts this board in a negative light unnecessarily. And again, it should have registered with me more appropriately in the moment, and it simply did not. That's something that I need to internally consider. And thank you for being understanding. Do we have any public comments from the public this evening? Mr. Burden.
Mr. Jeffries, on November, it was the select board meeting, you had indicated to me that there was a home sold for, we were talking about the village at Flat Hill. It was the select board last year about the real estate taxes. You had indicated a $70 million, and I already told you about this. You said you never indicated that. I'd like to play that for you and indicate this was a recording from the select board meeting that was talking about real estate taxes. If I can get it to play.
Yeah, you can play it.
Did a good job of listening to residents, and we will continue tonight to listen to residents.
This is just before the village of Flat Hill discussion.
I don't know if that sound's going to come through tonight, but
Okay.
what you're making reference
you
to is...
indicated that there was a property sold for $70 million, okay? I came down and corrected you about that. You said you never indicated that. It's clearly stated on the tape. You said you never indicated. I was just curious if you corrected the information with the town.
Usually public comments, Mr. Byrne, are public comments, but I will answer you on this one. I was making reference to Arrive, which is the condo... Arrive, I believe that's what it's called. It's the former...
This discussion was about the village
Yep,
at Flat Hill.
The answer is there's a property where Whalen Park used to be, and it's sold for double the assessed value. I may have referenced that at $70 million. I believe it sold for $50 million, and it was the entire property.
What does that have to do with the village at Flat Hill?
What it has to do is it affects condos. That when condos, when we were talking, that meeting that you're
That's all right.
showing is at the high
This was specifically
school.
about the village at Flat Hill, the taxes, and it wasn't directly related to anything to do with the condominiums. All right, we'll leave that alone. Mr. Franco, you had a question for me about something about Martians or somebody landing on the moon, people landing on the moon. I'd like to understand that question and what you'd like to ask me about that.
The board usually doesn't comment in public comments.
January
It's
9th,
comment
on a
period.
January 9th meeting, which you invited me to and I told you I would not attend, you persecuted me and my family. And I'm down here to defend myself, and I'm asking Mr. Franco what pertaining to, and if he said he wanted to ask me a question, so I'm asking him if he'd like to ask me that question now.
During public comments, Mr. Burden, it's an opportunity for the public to make comments.
So he doesn't
You
want to
have-
answer, he doesn't want to ask me a
You have
question.
an open invitation to meet with us on the agenda whenever you'd like to get all of your questions answered. You've declined that invitation.
I
Public
did
comments
decline
is
it. It's
the
not
subject.
appropriate to talk here with those things, Mr. Jeffries. You persecuted me, so I'm going to be here defending myself, okay? That's why I'm here today, and I'm asking Mr. Franco if he'd like to address that question to me, because I'm here to answer that question.
Public comments are for
No,
comments.
no questions, okay, but I thought it was I'd like to play that video for both of you individuals indicating that, I'd like to ask Mr. Burden a question about people landing on the moon, and you turned around, Mr. Jeffries, and cracked up like a child, honestly. And this is an individual that's gotten attacked, and I've been attacked by this town, and I'd like to ask any residents that's ever gone through a situation that I've had, that neighbors, I've heard it's a dirty little secret in Lunenburg, honestly, that neighbors will attack you out of anything, and then the police will bring you to court in a harassment prevention order, okay? Continued to us 4 times. Why? Why, after I came and talked to you, Mr. Jeffries, you said I wasn't a problem for the town, but you basically told me if I did become a problem, I may have some things, those kind of things happen to me, which they have actually happened to me, and I do feel they're very related to the town. And I would ask any resident of this town that if they've ever heard of a situation like this, prior, current, past, future, whatever it is, please let me know, because this is a very severe situation that has had a big effect on my family, and I've lived in this town for 20 years. I brought up a situation of embezzlement in our homeowners association, and I've gotten attacked ever since.
Please be sure to
Physically.
speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry?
Please be sure to speak into the
Yes,
microphone.
I just want to address the whole the whole town here, because this is a severe problem that we've gone through. And there's some really problems. You're talking to trustees that have gone back and forth about some drainage issues. We can't even, as residents, get information from them, okay? I would suggest that you maybe cease those discussions until all the residents of that neighborhood have been informed of what's going on and the fees that we will have to pay for a drainage issue that we don't even know if it's our issue, honestly. We're not 100% sure. There's residents in that neighborhood that do not feel, and you're speaking with very...
Thank you, Mr. Burden. I don't want to cut you off, but I know that we're probably going to have many comments
my other 3
tonight.
minutes every time, because you persecuted me for 15 minutes, so I'm going to try to get my 3 minutes in to defend myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burden. Do we have any other public comments from the public this evening? Please. And then after you, ma'am, we're going to call Mandy.
Good evening. My name is Mary Perkins. I live at 62 Ruth Street. I first want to thank the Select Board and other various town committee members for attending the site walk at Lake Shirley Properties on February 17th, giving up your precious and personal time on a Saturday. Thank you. I am speaking tonight to support the generous offer made by Shady Point. My understanding is if the Select Board does not transfer the 2 Lake Shirley parcels to the Parks Committee, Shady Point has offered free access to the town residents for non-motorized watercraft for 10 years. Shady Point, the DeFazio family, and their extended family are wonderful lake neighbors. They are always willing to share their property and time with the community. They are members of our Lake Shirley Fundraising Committee and open their home to weekly meetings, providing a prominent spot on the lake to display our golf tournament sponsor signs. They open their parking for the community for our Lake Shirley Light Up event. Our event on Shady Point and the Lake Shirley, we were on the front page, Shady Point, supporting our community and our Lake Shirley event. This event, we would not be able to hold this event without the support and the generosity of our Shady Point family. This is our #1 fundraiser for our annual weed control budget that costs us $40,000 to $50,000 a year annually. I've heard Mr. Jeffries, thank you, say common sense will prevail. It seems to me that it would be common sense for the town to accept this offer and not transfer these properties to the parks. Shady Point offers clean restrooms, large off-street parking areas, trash removal, dumpsters, monitoring their boat launch for Lunenburg residency and security. They ensure that no non-motorized watercrafts launch past dusk, a state law. They enforce the boating regulations on the lake for anyone that launches their boat from their property. They have the ability to quickly help anyone in distress if their office is called, and they have a boat washing station for our weed control. It would take a lot of money and effort to develop any site on Lake Shirley that could have the same full services of amenities. The current Marshall Park development of $8.5 million, they're hiring someone to support $8.5 million, it's in the paper. It's not fake news. Along with all the other budgeting constraints within our town, it seems like common sense to me that this would be a no-brainer to enter into this very generous agreement with Shady Point for 10 years, keeping our Lake Shirley properties under the care and the control of you, the Select Board. You've done a wonderful job with our properties. Thus, maintaining our current and our beautiful natural state of non-developed land along our lakefront. It's definitely a win-win situation for all involved. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And prior to our next public commenter coming up, I just want to acknowledge first, that Mandy, I don't know what she's going to say tonight. I know that we don't always agree, but I know that Mandy is a graduate of Lunenburg High. I think she represents the best of what our town is able to offer, and I encourage us to listen well to what Mandy has to provide.
Well, that's
Mandy?
very kind of you. Michael and I went to school together, so, and I've lived in town a long time. So Amanda Johnson Gilman, for those who knew me as a kid. I live at 186 Reservoir Road. I'm a parent. I have 2 children in the school system who are 8 and 6. My husband and I have a business in town. We used to be next door, actually, but we have too many employees now, so we had to move to Shirley, but we're renting next door. We do own Gilman Law next door. And so I'm just here to thank, for a number of reasons. Number one, to thank the Select Board and to really thank the school committee and the finance committee for, I think, taking a very hard look at the school budget and other budgets in town and really listening to parents who are very concerned, and other people in town too, who are very concerned with the school cuts that were announced a few weeks ago. And, I know these are thankless jobs. I'm not in one of these positions now, but I used to work in the state legislature, so I do know, how long these meetings are and how much work you guys put in on very little pay. So, what I want to encourage the Select Board to do is really think carefully about putting the override proposal on the warrant and then on the ballot. I think there's many people in town who are interested in seeing the override, so it would be, I think it's allowing people to have that conversation for the next 2 months is really important, and allowing people to really think through the details of what that would mean. I have an 8-year-old who missed a year of kindergarten due to COVID. He is a bright kid. He's doing really well in Lunenburg. We love the school district. He struggles with his reading. He did not, his reading scores are not amazing. Through the extra help that he's gotten this year from the COVID money and through the extra help he's gotten from the wonderful, wonderful social workers that work in the school district, really have changed his life in the last few years. I was pretty worried about him about some things, and I think we have to remember we all went through a traumatic experience, and if you think about, he was 5 years old and he went through a traumatic experience of missing an entire year of school, being online, to no fault of his own. So I just really want to encourage you to, consider carefully, and I think that voters deserve the opportunity to discuss this at town meeting and also to discuss it, and then to vote on it. I do want to say I do not want to come across as not having concern about people on fixed incomes. I do understand that is an issue that we need to think about as a town. I know there's a home rule petition in the state legislature right now that is going to allow Lunenburg to change some of the ways, or I think it's needs-based in some capacity for people's property taxes, which will allow people who are on fixed incomes and have less income possibly to pay a lower property tax bracket, and that's a piece of legislation that has already passed the House, and it's almost going to pass the Senate. I do know also there's the senior property tax circuit breaker, which I will say I don't know the details of yet, but I'm going to learn how that works, because that is something as well for elderly individuals who can't pay their property taxes. There is extra funding for that. And, you know, there is an online calculator at DOR. You know, I posted this in the Facebook group. I didn't come up with this number. You know, a $1.2 million increase in the levy, which is what we're talking about to preserve services at the schools, is a $267 annual increase for the average home in the town of Lunenburg. And that's a home that's about I think it's $450,000, you know, valued at $450,000. And if you Google it, and I'm happy to send it to anyone, there's a calculator right online, shows you exactly how much, and that's a DOR website. So I'm going to stop there. I am part of a group of parents who've been meeting, but, you know, we welcome anyone, and I do understand that the town side is also suffering from not having enough money. So I wouldn't, you know, I am not against a conversation that includes more than one department in an override, and I think the other parents are open to that as well. So thank you very much. Thank you for the nice welcome, and see you soon, hopefully.
Thank you. Thank you, Mandy. Rhonda.
Rhonda Lucio, 181 Reservoir Road. I would like to draw the board's attention to the red flags I have witnessed in the override process to this point. Number one, the Finance Committee Chair ignored open meeting law in order to hijack the override process. Number two, a public commenter at the last school committee meeting presented numbers she obtained from the town manager. The response from a member of the school committee was that her numbers were not the numbers as he understood them. This may indicate the town and school are not even working with the same numbers. Number three, at the last school committee meeting, the school committee cut off the one public commenter who was speaking as an average citizen as opposed to being a student or parent. Number four, based on what I have seen from the school district, it is following the same MO it has relied on in the past for its capital plans. These red flags tell me that Mr. Alonso's previous comments regarding an override being proposed by the town for this warrant were 100% accurate. When town government is in such a panic that one committee cannot even follow transparency laws and the other cannot choose between 4 different iterations of its budget, mainly due to its own procrastination toward making a single cut until the last minute, it is time to stop and think. The school district has known all along the ESSER funds would not be available in FY25. It only discussed the topic in general over the past several months. The superintendent advised the school committee to delay discussing specific cuts out of sensitivity to the staff. The first question to enter my mind when I heard this was, how is being sensitive to staff more important than figuring out exactly what the district will be offering students next year? The school committee should have insisted on discussing specific cuts months ago. This was a classic case of the tail wagging the dog. The lack of planning on the school district part should not constitute an emergency on everyone else's part. Some finance committee members have repeatedly referred to the democratic process to justify an override proposal being generated by it. My understanding of the democratic process is that in order to function properly, the majority needs to be informed and reasonable. So far, the process has been making it difficult to be either. A citizen petition is also part of the democratic process. Why is the town government seeking to circumvent this part of the process? Right now, I'm leaning toward an average citizen potentially doing a better job than what I'm seeing from the government side. I can only hope that Mr. Alonso has not changed his position on the override, and at least 2 others on the select board have the wisdom to agree with him. This nonsense should be put to a stop this evening. The override should only be allowed in the on the warrant in the event of a citizen petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lizio. I'm going to go to online. So we'll take Brian, and then we're going to go to two commenters online, Renee and then Shoshana Moulay. And I just want to comment broadly that it's always good to hear from the public. I know that we generally reserve about 15 minutes for public comments, and I will be looking to cut them at about 45 past this evening. Mr. Leighton.
Thank you. My name is Brian Leighton, 88 Beachview Road. I'm speaking as a citizen. I'm also the vice chair of the school committee, but speaking as a citizen tonight. I noticed on the agenda that you had discussing a possible override. I want to thank you, as well as the chair of the finance committee too, for getting the ball rolling on the override. There's been a lot of discussion in town, and I think it's important to have those discussions in the meetings. We have definitely seen an interest in an override through students and parents at these meetings, finance meetings, school committee meetings. Very concerned about the massive cuts to the schools, and I think it's important that the select board utilizes their opportunity to let the citizens decide. So I hope that you vote tonight to give the citizens the opportunity to vote. I know that as a board you can also make a vote, whether it's 5-0 against or 5-0 for, or maybe it's something else. But I would encourage you also to look at the town-wide budget. And there's a lot of positions, town positions that have been vacant, been underpaid, and I think it would make more sense to do a town override, not just a school override or a school versus town vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Leighton. We're going to go to Renee online. And Renee, as we call you, please be sure to state your name and address, and then provide a public comment. And then after you, we're going to call on Shoshana Moulay, and then Joel in the room. Renee?
Hi. Okay, thank you. Hi. I am Renee Raboyne of 46 Fire Road 12. We directly abut the area of 0 Shirley Road, currently under potential of being put into the Parks Department. I want to, I'm sorry, I have to address something that is separate from what other folks are addressing currently, but we're talking about developing an area of land that is very small, that the title is not even, as far as I know, figured out yet. And it really does encroach on our private road. It is a private road that we pay for and is often in disrepair because we can't even afford to pay for that. And now you're asking for a potential of a public park being put within, literally we measured it, and we're talking about 30 feet from our direct house. And that public park, there is no funding for. We do not, there is no plan to develop it. There is no funding, which means that we will be left potentially with something that will destroy the wetlands it exists on, which is very buggy and also has lady slippers. I just want to make clear, we do have lady slippers. We have things in there that you really can't just go tearing up. The mountain laurel there is also protected, the types that are there, and that it's not prepared. There is no plan. There is no parking unless you do it, encroach on our road again. And I just think there's not even a budget for this. It is wetlands. It is protected. And I just do want to also spell out that if the Parks Department is worried about people from the senior center having a place to go, Mirror Lake is 7 minutes from here. It is 7 minutes, and it is a beautiful public access that has boats that you can, that they have a boat launch, and they do have canoe and kayak rentals right there. It is literally 7 minutes down the street in Devens. So the idea that we are desperate to develop my backyard, which is protected wetlands, in order for the seniors to have a place to go is nonsense. And I just need to state that clearly. It is nonsense. There is a place right down the street that has public access. It is prepared, and it is staffed, and it's right there in Devon's. It is less than 7 minutes from my own house. I clearly want to state again, please do not put a public park in my backyard. I did not move out here for that. Please don't do it to me or others here, okay? Thank you. That's all. Bye.
Thank you, Renee, for your public comment this evening. Shoshana Muley.
Yes, hi. Shoshana Muley, 139 Cove Road. I am a resident of Lunenburg for the last 13 years, and I have 2 children in the school system, and I'm speaking in support of an override to make up for the shortfall in the school budget. I don't know how many of you were able to see the school committee meeting last week because there were technical difficulties. The school budget is as cut as it can possibly be and has been cut over the last several years. And in spite of that, we have great success with the students. I think the most clear demonstration of that are all of the students that came and spoke so eloquently in front of the school committee that a lot of you have seen, and the time and energy they're putting into something they care so much about. Those kids are a result of the Lunenburg Public Schools, and the schools need to continue along the path that they've been on. And to do that, they need to continue the services they've been providing, which they've been doing very, very economically. The superintendent went through every line of the school budget, and it's clear that there's no fat whatsoever in that budget. Mr. Leighton and other people have mentioned also with regards to an override for the town, and I have not been that familiar with a lot of what's going on in the town. One thing that rises up is the situation with various parks and various town buildings and the management decisions of what to do and how to dispose of those. And it's clear that also with regards to recruiting and retaining the best personnel to run the town, that more funding is needed. And so I would also support an override that not only funded the schools, but funded the areas of the town that are needed to promote the sustained growth of Lunenburg going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Muley. Joel.
Thank you very much. Joel Swenson, 17 Ruth Street. Like Mr. Alonso indicated, I too am getting a little frustrated with the Parks Department in relation to the transfer of these parcels. When I first heard about the issue of the thought process of transferring those for public use, I heard the chairperson of Parks present to you guys that she wanted to do a public boat ramp at one of these parcels. So I think we did the right thing. We actually got a group of people. We went to the Open Space Committee. We talked with them. We worked with them because the other people that are really bringing it up, and the Parks Department also comes to those meetings. And when we brought that topic up, they basically said, "Oh, no, we didn't mean boat ramp. We didn't mean boat ramp. I think it was a language barrier. We definitely don't mean boat ramp. It's car top access only. That's what we're looking to do." And just a couple weeks ago, the chairperson for Parks came up and talked to you guys, and again talked about the boat ramp that they desire to put in. And one of the other committee members said a joke, which I didn't exactly find funny, that it's not like we're looking to launch yachts into Lake Shirley. So she too is looking for a boat ramp. And I think what the problem is that that committee is saying something different to us when we participate in meetings than they're saying to you, who has to make the decision on which way to go with this. And I think that's extremely dangerous. regarding that yachts comment, the thing that we're most worried about is the smallest motorized boat possible, which is an influx of jet skis. We're definitely, none of us think that yachts are ever going to go into Lake Shirley. But opening up a boat ramp would definitely be a huge problem. And so when the topic comes up, I do encourage and hope that you guys will vote no for it, because like you said, Mr. Jeffries, if you're going to vote on something, you need a plan. You need a really good plan. And what they're saying verbally to us and verbally to you is very different, and I would want to actually see a plan before I made a decision like that to impact the community and impact the lake. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any other public comments this evening? No. It's a little rare to have a public comment.
Yeah. So, my name is Bill Bernard. I'm the DPW director here in Lunenburg, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm concerned with the Personnel Committee that they're not doing their part to address the problem the town is having hiring new people. The town manager has been reporting for at least a year and a half to the board that there are 20-plus open positions, some of which are department heads. This board asked the town manager why this is the case. The town manager gave a report of the reasons, with one of the main reasons being that the wages Lunenburg pays are not competitive with nearby towns of similar populations. The town then went ahead and hired a consultant to perform a job description and classification study. This study was disregarded, and the Personnel Committee took up the task themselves almost a year ago. At the Personnel Committee's last meeting on February 26th, they discussed multiple pay grid scenarios after spending the past year evaluating the job descriptions and pay grades of all SAP employees. One of the pay scenarios they proposed eliminated grades 1, 2, and 3 and moved any employee in those grades up to grade 4. This would affect only a handful of employees. No other employees would see any adjustment to their salaries. It's very concerning that the Personnel Committee would even consider this scenario, as this will not make Lunenburg's wages more competitive with other towns. The Personnel Committee suggested other scenarios, some of which disregarded the job description and classification study they spent the last year working on. Why would they do that? The Personnel Committee collected salary data from up to 8 towns. This data shows Lunenburg wages are less than the average of the other towns by up to 33%. But the Personnel Committee suggested throwing that data out. How can they produce a salary grid that makes Lunenburg competitive with other towns without any data from other towns? So I personally collected salary data from 83 other towns for the DPW director position, which shows Lunenburg pays 30% less than the average of these towns. Lunenburg has a population of about 11,800. The average salary of the DPW director in 18 of those 83 towns with a population of less than 13,000 is less than 25% higher than what Lunenburg pays. So it's more of an apples-to-apple comparison. The Personnel Committee has stated they are meeting 2 more times to finalize a salary grid to present to this board. I'm deeply concerned that what they are going to present to you will be nothing more than a cost of living increase that will do very little to solve the job hiring crisis. Thank you for hearing my concerns.
Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome.
Do we have any other public comments this evening? Anything on Zoom? Okay, next public comment period hopefully will not be in 3 hours, but it will be at the end of the meeting. I know that we did load this agenda up tonight, so just kind of walking through a couple comments. When we get to things that are on the old business, not everything on old business gets discussed. Old business sometimes represents standing things in our agenda, and certain things on current business we should, like warrants, crank through pretty quick. So we're going to start with any announcements. Any announcements this evening?
No announcements.
Communications from other boards. We received a communication from the Finance Committee, and they've asked for me to read this, so I will read it. This is dated the 29th of February, and it's to the Select Board. I'm reading this from a phone, so forgive me if my speech is a little interrupted. Dear Select Board members, the Finance Committee wishes to express our sincere interest and support for funding grant writing services for the town of Lunenburg. The town manager, Heather Lemieux, has itemized the amount of $50,000, line 650 of the fiscal 25 preliminary budget for this contracted service. Grant writing services would enhance the town's ability to increase revenue for the town and has the potential to reduce funds being taken from the tax levy. The committee considers taking this initial step to be a starting point in the process without adding a benefited staff member to the town budget. It would provide opportunity to work with professionals and particular expertise in the field of various types of grants. Through some collaborative research, we have found that grant writing services could support the following areas by creating additional sources of revenue. 1. Educational grants supporting staff, buildings, educational tools, and technologies. 2. Matching grants to offset costs to municipal projects. 3. Grants that would support and benefit the housing initiative for seniors and veterans. 4. Council on Aging would benefit on grants that would allow them to add support staff. And 5, preservation and revitalization grants for historical land and buildings. This would also potentially add funding for the Cemetery Commission's initiative. This is not to understate the fact that we have members of our municipal government that have and continue to bring in grant money. Those efforts are greatly appreciated, and we hope that those services will will work in tandem with these members' continued efforts and support. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Very truly yours, the Finance Committee from the town of Lunenburg, and signed by the chair, Evan Waters. All right, we're going to go back to our schedule here, to our 7:10 appointment. This is a one-day entertainment license application for March the 17th for Kindred Spirits at 324 Mass Ave, Electric Ave, unit number 4. Do we have a representative from Kindred Spirits here to speak to this? Please come forward to the microphone. And as you come forward, if you can provide us your name, address, and just a general overview. We have the documents. A general overview of what you're looking for.
Jill Andrews, I'm from Fitchburg, 127 Kinsman Road. This is for Kindred Spirits, and we're looking for entertainment license for Sunday, St. Patrick's Day from 5 to 8, acoustic entertainment.
Okay, and I'll open any questions from the board, starting with Selectman Nuzzolo. Can we leave him unmuted?
I read through it. I don't have any questions.
All right. Thank you. And Caesar, because of the chat settings that we, Selectman Nuzzolo, because of the chat settings we have tonight, if you wouldn't mind remaining unmuted, that would be helpful. And to the board, any comments, questions the board may have related to the Kindred Spirit license?
I just have one question. The application says 1 p.m. to midnight?
It does.
Yeah, we're only doing it from 5 to 8. We're open from noon to 1, or from noon to midnight, but we're only doing entertainment from 5 to 8. Sometimes we have it during the day, but we're not doing it during the day on this Sunday.
So if I may, Renee?
Sure.
Given that you have an application in front of us asking us for 1 p.m. to midnight, and you're saying the event will be from 5 to 8 p.m., do you want to shorten the time to 1 to
5 to 8, yeah. Yes, please.
Do you want to keep it 1? You can go as early as 1.
No, 5 to 8 is fine, because we've hired one person, that's all we're
doesn't have to worry
doing.
about starting, let's just keep it at 1 to 8.
Yeah.
1 to 8 p.m.
The start time is not relevant, it's really the end time.
Oh, okay, all right, okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So we're gonna modify your request now to note 1 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. All set then?
No, we gotta still.
Darn.
So we have to finish asking any questions and then vote on this. Any other? Thank you, Renee, for allowing me to interrupt. Do you have any remaining questions or comments?
I have no more questions except, the time was what I was going to bring up, but that has already been addressed, so I have no further questions or comments.
Yeah, I just have 19 questions. No, I'm kidding. I just want to ask in general, there's nothing, I didn't see anything in the documentation that addressed this at all, but there is nothing in your insurance or anything that would put this event outside of coverage?
No, our insurance allows it. It's just the city regulations that we have to get special permission for.
That's all.
Given that we have a lot of people watching this meeting, this is a great opportunity for you to plug who is going to be providing the acoustic music and to try to get people to show up.
And Kevin Shields from 5 to 8, and it's, like I said, acoustic guitar.
Okay, excellent. I don't have any questions. Is there a motion from the board?
I move that the board approve the license for a Sunday live entertainment license for Kindred Spirits at 324 Electric Ave, number 4, for March 17th, from 1 to 8 p.m.
Second.
Any additional discussion? All right,
And you
so-
should all come down for their corned beef dinner.
Oh, see, look, you see.
Another plug. That's 2 plugs.
One more.
All right, so this is going to be a roll call vote, starting with Selectman Nuzolo.
Aye.
Selectman Imke.
Aye.
Selectman Alonso.
Aye.
Selectman Franco.
Aye.
And an aye for myself. So congratulations, we've approved it.
Good luck with the event.
So we are going to sign this. It will be available for you to pick up tomorrow from the office.
All righty, thank you.
Okay. Signs this. All right, I'm going to pass this down to the board, just so we can sign it now. Next on our agenda, we have a 7:25 update from Personnel Committee representative on review of position descriptions and compensation classification schedule. Do you need to call? Are you having a joint meeting? Did you post a meeting tonight? Okay, I know it's representative, but I just wanted to verify. Wendy, always good to see you.
Always good to see
And
you.
if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, you don't need to say your address, but if you would mind introducing yourself, and we are all ears.
I am Wendy Bertrand, current member of the Lunenburg Personnel Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to give an update on the status of our work to evaluate job descriptions and the salary grid for the Salary Administration Plan, the SAP. The SAP covers approximately 85 employees, 34 position titles, and some of those titles include department heads, full and part-time staff, seasonal staff, on-call firefighters, and non-grandfathered reserve police. So in summary, the following is where we are in this project and our next steps. First, the Personnel Committee very much appreciates all the effort, input, and participation from employees and department heads. This is a monumental task, and it is why nearly all municipal entities hire outside companies for projects of this nature. As you may recall, we did hire a consultant. She worked with employees and department heads from October of 2022 to March of 2023. Unfortunately, her results were very incomplete and not fully within the scope of work, not what we were expecting. So after some deliberation and discussion, the committee decided to consider using a position classification system. In May 2023, we began job evaluations through that approach, involving a quantitative point and factor comparison method to cross-compare all positions in the organization against numerous factors, such as educational requirements, experience, work conditions, etc. And using this method, all jobs in each organizational unit were compared against each other based on the same factors. In conducting this job evaluation exercise, we emphasize that the position, not an employee's qualifications, performance, or years of service in the position, were what needed to be evaluated. From June 2023 to February 2024, the Personnel Committee used this position classification system to reevaluate SAP positions using job descriptions and participation from employees and department heads. The committee then examined outliers, where applicable, revised job descriptions and position evaluations where applicable, and reviewed the most recent salary survey for market benchmarks in 8 local municipalities similar to Lunenburg. After reviewing all job descriptions and classifying via that point system, our next task was to evaluate the current salary grid. Originally, we had planned to try and condense our number of grades because we had 20 and didn't use them all. We were looking at updating our grid to 13 to 16 grades.
Once we started, though, we discovered that trying to condense our grid based on that new position rating system was not going to work. It brought us back to using our current grade system with tweaks. So a huge amount of work by employees, department heads, and this committee went into recrafting job descriptions so they are 100% current to all aspects of each role. We feel those should remain exactly as they were presented. However, the points system itself just didn't translate into our grid or an updated grid. As many observed, both employees and this committee, there were many positions where the points didn't reflect the true accountability of the role. For that reason, we feel leaving the current grades and not changing them to those different numbers that the classification system used is the best way to ensure equitability. So this brings us to where we are now, our final steps, examining the current grid with changes and updates. We've looked at the new salary grid for the clerical union to ensure comparable SAP positions are in line with those rates. We're also factoring in internally like positions, making sure coordinators, managers, directors are all in similar grades to ensure internal position equity. The revised FY24 grid we're working on will take all of these factors into consideration. Based on a revised FY24 grid, we will also be recommending an FY25 and FY26 grid, as these are 3-year grids. We have several scenarios we're reviewing. Again, closely looking at comparing our position hourly rates to the comp towns and striving to have our positions be at the median, at the minimum. Because again, we do understand, and many of us on the committee have said for the last 2.5 years, we understand that our pay rates need to be competitive in order to attract and keep our employees. So as the assistant town manager, HR director stated in an email to all SAP employees on September 25th of 2023, she said, you know, if positions are reclassified, there will be no negative impact to hourly rates, and pay adjustments that will be due will be requested retroactive to July 1st, 2023, as this project has been in progress for 2.5 years. So we will have a warrant article which will include our recommended revised FY24 and FY25 and 26 grids submitted by March 18th for the May town meeting warrant.
All right. Wendy, thank you. If you wouldn't mind remaining there, I want to give the board, in no particular order, but give the board the opportunity to respond with any comments or questions.
I'll start. First of all, thank you for presenting that. Is the first time this board is going to see the grid is when you submit it as an article? Because I don't know that, I was looking through my Google Drive to see if there was anything you were going to present.
Yes, okay. It is the first time. That was the last step in the process, and we've only been working on that a few weeks. We've spent, I've spent a lot of time looking at it, and but we haven't, it doesn't just flow together. It doesn't just go, whoop, there it is.
Okay.
And with multiple scenarios, you have to calculate all of that.
Right, but I was just asking if there were iterations of that as you worked on it, people could follow, but it's not. It's kind of blind until everybody sees it all at once.
Yes.
Okay. Secondly, you outline a series of where you started. Well, let me ask this question first. What was the overlying principle of reviewing the SAP? What was the reason for the review?
Multiple fold.
Okay.
So a lot of job descriptions had changed. They weren't synchronous. You looked at for some departments, they'd been written 20 years ago, others had been written 5 years ago, to put some synergy to them, similar wording to them, make sure they were accurate, as there had been changes. There had been a long time since these had been looked at. So that was one part. And the other part was to be able to use that to look at our salary grid, what we're paying our employees. Is it competitive there was, but, we needed to do our due diligence and look at that. Is it competitive? It's not. And obviously, in some grades, there's a bigger difference than in others. And to get that as much in line as we can with our comps.
Okay, so descriptions and equity in pay grades and salary.
Well, equity to our comps.
Right, okay, so, all right, so that's good. So in your review, in your summary that you just said, we started with a certain methodology, and then you started out by saying that's why people hire it out, but the person we hired out, we threw out their data, so then you started.
She didn't give us much data.
I have no idea. Again, everything is kind of it's blind to me. So, but then you said you worked on a separate system of like job classification system and then a point system, and where you landed now, how far different is the system you're using now than what had been used at the beginning of this 2.5-year process? Or did you land using the same exact methodology?
Similar as the point system, because we sat there and said, okay, let's look around at what other communities have used as a classification system. So we had one that Winchendon had used, and that one seemed to be, when we started the process, a good way to start this, because to try and come back and go out for another proposal, if what had come back originally from the consultant was usable, we would not have spent the time doing this. I mean, as volunteers, for all of us, this commitment has been more than double the time of what historically this committee does. So believe me, adding all of this and trying to do all of this wasn't just for fun. It was because what came back wasn't really usable.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I just want to make sure that.
So when we went with that, to kind of, give a little more context to what you were talking about, in that system, we looked at it and said, okay, this seems to be good. We're going through, and there were time lapses, because sometimes you'd have a department head come and speak, and the next one didn't come for a couple of meetings, and it was drawn out. So our time in being able to look and evaluate was spread out. As time went on, we kind of got more efficient at it. We asked more questions. We'd say, just things that we might have given more or less points to initially in that point system. But then you'd look at different positions and it just didn't translate. You're going, that position doesn't have that many points, but the accountability and responsibility, what it's charged with, is far more than that. So that's why when we looked at the points, and then we said, okay, how is that going to kind of come over into, and look at the grid we currently had and morph into something new? It wasn't. So that's why we said, okay, then why don't we look at some scenarios that, one, would help us for those employees already at top step. So there's step, their years in service, along with their grade, which is based on position. Mm-hmm. So we have several that we're looking at, but getting figures in terms of numbers of hours that each employee works, because to actually look at an impact, if you base it on everyone working 40 hours, that's not true at all. So the impact of any sort of change, not just a COLA.
I don't diminish the amount of work, and believe me, I know how much work things take, so I appreciate the whole committee's work. One of my goals is to make sure that, and the earlier I can see it, and the rest of the board can see it, and the rest of the public can see it, the better. But I just want to make sure that all those 2.5 years, we come up with something that is mutually beneficial for for everybody involved. I would hate to see go through this and then, people start picking at it at town meeting and then it doesn't go anywhere, or it doesn't pass. I want to make sure that everybody's perspective is weighed in this, and we're already hearing, as we heard in public comment, there are already rumblings about discontentment, and that has me concerned, because I don't want your time to go for naught either. But I also want people to be paid fairly, because that has been an issue with getting roles filled or keeping people here.
Very true. I mean, our open positions speak to that, and that's something that we have brought up time and time again in our meetings the last few years. So that is where we're striving, but also understanding there's a budget. We could hand something over that is a pipe dream. I mean, realistically, we have to think about what does the town have to be able to give in all of this as well.
Well, that's the part where getting it out to us before then would help guide that. So, but I thank you.
So we're hoping that we should have that by the 13th or 14th, so next week.
Okay.
Prior to that. And then obviously we have to have an article with it to present, but the grid itself, we're meeting Monday and then Wednesday next week to get all of everything else in a row.
Thank you.
I think you answered my question toward the tail end there. So you project having a grid to us somewhere around the 13th, you think?
It's our last meeting. If we could get everything done Monday, it might be Tuesday or early Wednesday, but I don't know that we'll get everything into our meeting Monday night. Be nice if we could, but I don't know.
All right. So as you can imagine, there's a lot coming in right now that we have to review. So the more time we have for these things, the better.
Crunch time of the year.
So with that, I will just thank you for the update and being here.
So I have a question. I'm unclear on, you mentioned a couple of times the points didn't reflect the description. There was discrepancy between the description of the position and then this point system. What do you do in those situations? How do you reconcile that?
It was all right. Well, we were trying to desperately. Okay, that doesn't work. Do we look at a position again, look at it again, and, try to give something more points? Do you look at scenarios that are, well, that might happen, probably not, but that's where that point system
Where does the points
just
come
not
from?
there.
The point system is a total black box for me. And maybe you explained it while I was right, because I can't write unless it's the same
So
time.
within the point system, there were 12 categories. So when you would read over a position, beach director, I'll just give a position. So there's everything from education, which is listed in the job description, minimum education. So all different credentials, accountability, supervision exercised, supervision received. Each of those would get a certain number of points, because you'd say, okay, on a scale of a 1 to 6, where are they in supervision exercised? And each 1 through 6 kind of gave you a synopsis of if you were a level 3, this is the level of supervision you would exercise, for example. So the points, sometimes they seemed high and sometimes they seemed low. Sometimes they seemed on point to put someone within a grade.
And who
those
assigned the
points
points?
represented a grade.
Who assigns the points?
It was they came via that system that the town of Winchendon used.
But who assigned the points to the positions in Lunenburg? Who went through the job
We
description?
did, as a committee.
So the personnel committee did?
Yes.
Did you take input from departments and things?
Yes. So we did, I think Joanna Bellata, who is our chairperson, came and reported in early July. She had done a check-in then, and there was also one, I think, last March. I think Donna Fortune was at that one. So this is the third sort of update we've given. But yes, we did.
I can imagine there's nuances from town to town in a role. The same title in a town may have slightly different responsibilities, or, the nuances of the job could be slightly different.
As they are in any town, even when we look at our 8 towns that are comps.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's...
And how do you assess that? How do you take that into consideration?
We looked at the title, we looked at, again, that's why we're kind of looking at a median between, in most cases, of the positions. I mean, there could always be somebody who is a beach director in one town versus another that has a small town beach like ours, they could have more or differing responsibilities. But I mean, in some ways, we're taking it at face value by title.
Yeah, that's worrisome to me, to take it at face value.
Which is why, in some ways, we're back to where we started. With the exception of some outliers, a handful of outliers, keeping jobs for the most part in the grade that they're in. Which is why we didn't just, that was that part that probably wasn't clear when I had stated, it didn't just slide over, trying to condense positions and go into a different numbering system. That in and of itself initially was, employees had said to us, wait a minute, because to hear condensing the system, okay, wait a minute, I was formerly a grade 10, now I'm an 8 or a 7. Like that all automatically conjures up things in people's heads.
Debbie?
But you're closing the gaps in the we've heard there's gaps in salaries comparing to our comps. So you're closing that gap.
Yep. Top priority,
so they're
really.
kind of two separate things, the salary gap and the grade.
So we're looking at each grade as well, because the grades slide along a grid. So if there's an inequity, then does someone need to move a grade? Does a position, not someone, does a position need to move a grade? Because in the end, this is, somebody could be here today or gone tomorrow in a position, as an employee, but it's about the position. Does the position, is that position in the grade that it should be? Believe me, the intent
I'm anxious to see what we see next week.
Yep. Selectman Uzo.
I don't have any questions, Wendy, but thanks for the update. And I also look forward to looking at it next week, so.
Thank you, Wendy, for the amount of work that you guys have done on this. I know that it's not easy. Part of what happens when, part of transparent government is that we have to make it transparent. And so in the process, I know a lot of people watch how the sauce is made, so to speak, and have an opportunity to offer input or commentary. And at the end, I'm going to speak to kind of what my primary concerns are in terms of what I hope you guys are able to achieve. It sounds as if you guys were on the right path, in hiring the consultant, that somehow that work product wasn't effective, adequate enough. And so you guys have taken, it sounds like a lengthy, justifiably lengthy time to try to reconcile some of these challenges, really with really committed members of the committee on your side. I know working as well with Julie, and then with a lot of input from staff. Being on this board, when we look at a couple months ago, when I started commenting on how many open hours we had, I'm making a kind of a global comment here. We were, at one point, we had 374 hours of total full-time, not necessarily full-time, but total hours available each week that were unfilled. In terms of this, and so when we look at how many positions we had, all those hours people work, we were short 374, and that was people not sitting in jobs. And as we started digging into why aren't people sitting in these jobs, why are we losing our land use director, and you hear, oh, I took a 30% pay increase. And you're looking into why do we have some of these critical jobs vacant and open? What's the reason for it? And a big critical part of that is pay. And then retaining is not just the vacancies, it's also retaining qualified people. I really personally like Bill Bernard. And I'm not supposed to have many personal opinions about most staff, but I actually really like Bill. And so knowing that Bill works with the cemetery commissioners, he works with the sewer, he comes to our meetings, the amount of meetings that Bill has to participate in, the amount of departments he has to interact with, and then you look at his pay on the grid, right? And it's just not high enough. And if Bill were to leave us, which we don't want him to do, but if he were, we know he'd get a 25% raise going anywhere else. So I know that for what I care about personally is positions like Bill's, you know, a job where our DPW director has an effect on everyone who lives in Lunenburg, everyone's ability to get out of town and go to work, everyone's ability to get their kids to school, just overall condition, beautification of the town. It affects our property values. That's such a critical job, and we're not paying it adequately. Speaking to looking at the numbers for the police and fire department, you know, there's not a lot of incentive to go from being a lieutenant to a chief, because it's actually like a pay cut in many ways. You know, you lose out on the overtime, you lose on a lot of opportunity in different ways, and so the spread there just, you know, so there are a lot of opportunities. My point in saying all this is that there are a lot of opportunities to make improvements, and I feel very confident that anything you guys do will be an improvement over what we currently have. But I know that I would not shy away from a solution that may hit multiple town meetings. Not that I'm encouraging you guys to do that, but I think that we need to provide relief and additional pay to our staff now. I think it's overdue. And, you know, if we are at an 80% solution for the spring, I know that's not where you guys want to be at. You guys want a 100% solution. But I am okay with an 80% solution to go into this town meeting, knowing that that is still better than what is currently going on. I know it's challenging. I don't have any other comments. I just know it's challenging. I want to thank you, Wendy, for all the work you've done. I don't know every member of the committee, but I know Joanna and Donna, and I want to thank them as well for the work you guys have done, and feel very confident that, you know, you come to us on the 18th with the information, you know, that gives us a couple weeks to review it, and we have until roughly April 2nd, you know, to pull things off, or, you know, so we have some time to consider it.
Can I ask a
Of
question?
course.
It sounds like what I'm hearing you say is ensure that we're really doing everything we can. If we present something, one hard part of this is we have no idea a number. If we come with a revised FY24 grid, an FY25 grid, I mean, we could think that's pie in the sky. Is it not? That's I think, some of our challenge. We don't really have any idea, aside from perhaps looking at clerical. They had 17 positions. We can see what their numbers were at 57,000, I believe, in that change. That's the part that leaves us with a little bit of challenges. Are we presenting something that's absolutely not going to happen? Don't want to sell anybody short, but also, would you recommend we come with multiple?
I want to broaden that to the board.
I was going to say, I'll answer as best as, I mean, what we want, I won't say we, what I want as one member of this board is for you to come up what you believe in your committee to be an equitable solution in the data over the 2.5 years that you have found. And after all combing through the job descriptions and every other methodology you've chosen, that at the end, it comes up with something that you believe is fair and supportable. I would not play the guessing game of what is the town going to support necessarily, but if you ever wanted to do that, then we would need to be a month and a half or 2 months ago to say, this is what we're submitting, so we could look at it, because all those grids, everything that you're putting together is knowable of what the increases are going to be. You know, of course, nobody knows when somebody's going to leave or not, but you take into consideration that given the people are going to stay, and this is the new grid, this is, you churn that out of a formula, and that's what the salaries are going to be, and that's what the increase is going to be, and everybody looks at that and says, okay, that's doable, it's not doable, what is, you know, that would be the way I would see it happening. But in the end, I think you should come up with something, not that second guesses what people will or won't vote for. I think you should come up with something you believe is fair.
Okay.
That's my perspective.
I concur. I think that my comment about an 80% solution is that if you don't think you're 100% the way there, but you're getting close, to me, that is a defensible position, because it is an improvement over the status of what we're currently at. You know, having doing nothing, the consequence of not bringing this before the town this May is, in my mind, too dire. That, we can't, I can't stress enough. I mean, we were down a finance director, we're down a land use director, we were down a principal assessor. I mean, that's how we collect money. That's how we build and collect money. I mean, that's how we process money.
Right.
I mean,
That's not an option for us. We were frustrated not having it last year, incredibly.
Yeah.
But we obviously were not there. But no, we will be there.
Okay. Thank you, Wendy.
I just want to add one more point if I could. I concur with Mr. Alonso's suggested approach, but I would also come prepared with a robust explanation to back it up and be able to convey to the public, an explanation that conveys to the public a justification for all of it, and to us too, just,
Right.
Yep.
I want to take this opportunity to just, while you're here, to comment on something kind of broadly, just related to personnel. A couple of comments have been made, I've heard them from the Finance Committee about not adding in budgeted positions or benefited positions. And I know that it speaks to kind of the challenge you guys have in trying to figure out how to make all this stuff work. But I just want to speak to that point for a second. And I've heard many people opine that we need to be creating more part-time roles. So I just want to pause on that for a second and kind of speak real to the people at home and the people that my colleagues on this stage, which is, if you have a child and you spend all this time bringing your kid through the school system, they've gone off to college, and now your child has a series of part-time jobs and none of them are paying them health insurance. Is your child happy? No. And do you think your child's going to stay in any of those jobs for any significant period of time? And the answer is no. So how dare we think that we can create these jobs? Where are these magical people out there that are going to provide professional services with no health insurance for 19 hours a week? They do not exist. And I think we need to be real about what's available in the marketplace right now with extremely low unemployment. That is a competitive environment. Creating part-time positions, nobody who has a college education is looking for a steady income from a part-time job or hobbling together a series of part-time jobs. That's just not what anyone wants. Now, if you come up with some jobs, I get it. Maybe it's something that someone could work for 20 hours a week. But many jobs that we think of and that we create broadly, we really need to go into it with the mindset of who is the individual that's going to sit in here. Do we want a continuity of services? And knowing that when we choose to go part-time, that we're not getting often you're getting lack of continuity, and the quality of employee that's willing to take that job isn't always the highest, or it's often someone in a life situation that is going to change in a couple of months. So I'm just noting that to say that, we spend a lot of time talking about education, the value of education. We also need to talk about, as a community, providing jobs that we will be happy for people to see their kids take. And they're not the small part-time things that we keep conjuring up. So the work that you're doing and figuring out what is livable wages and comparable wages for our employees is the right approach. And I just, again, want to commend you guys for your effort on that. I know it's hard. But we will get to a solution, and I will support it.
We will. That we will.
Thank you.
Very soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have two ratifications. One ratification and a couple resignations. So we did receive notification of several resignations from the Cultural Council, Diane Bodin, Nancy Held, and Joan Pease. And this is on top of a couple other resignations that we received. So I will be looking to meet with the chair of the Cultural Council to better understand what we can better do. I get it, sometimes people just have life situations that are coincidental, but there have been a series of resignations from the Culture Council as of late, and I think we need to better understand that. Ratifications of the town manager's appointment of heavy equipment operator Paul Halisi to the town manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tonight I'm asking the board to ratify my appointment of Paul Halisi as the heavy equipment operator for the DPW. Paul comes to town with over 24 years of relatable heavy equipment operator experience, including experience as a paving foreman. He worked at Leighton A. White for the last 3 years. Prior to that, he was R.H. White for 7 years and at Hollis Construction for 12 years. His references described him as organized, hardworking, pleasant, and easygoing. Paul is available to start next week, and this would fill the one remaining vacancy of the heavy equipment operator position within the highway department under DPW. So they will be fully staffed now. So we're very pleased about that.
Would this be the first time in your tenure that they're fully staffed?
No, we were briefly fully staffed, and then the employee left. And Bill will confirm that we get a lot more done when we're fully staffed.
Yeah.
So I'm asking the board to ratify my appointment tonight.
I move to ratify the town manager's appointment of Paul Hallisey to the position of heavy equipment operator.
Second.
Any additional discussion? This will be a roll call vote. Selectman Nuzzolo.
Aye.
Selectman Imke.
Aye.
Selectman Alonso.
Aye.
Selectman Franco.
Aye.
And an aye for myself. All right, congratulations, Bill, on that one. And Heather as well. All right, to the town manager's report.
For announcements, and for meetings, events, and other announcements, the warrant for the annual town meeting is currently open for submission of articles now until March 18th at 4 p.m. And the town meeting is Saturday, May 4th at 9 a.m. at the middle school, high school. For board and committee and commission vacancies, there is one vacancy on the Architectural Preservation District Commission, one vacancy until the next annual town election for the Cemetery Commission, one vacancy for the Council on Aging, two associate vacancies on the Green Communities Committee, one member-at-large vacancy on the Open Space Committee, and one vacancy on the Personnel Committee. Anyone interested in any of these positions can fill out the volunteer application forms found on the town website, complete them, and return them to the Select Board's office. And if you have any questions on the roles and responsibilities, you can contact our office at 978-582-4130, extension 144. For employment opportunities, we have the current following vacancies: Conservation Administrative Assistant, which is 10 hours a week; Facilities Custodian, 40 hours a week; Land Use Director, 40 hours a week; Planning Board Administrative Assistant, 36 hours a week; and Temporary Administrative Assessing Assistant for 32 hours a week. More information on each of these positions can also be found on the town website under Job Opportunities. An update on 925 Mass Ave. I've been contacted by the Historical Society about their interest in the cupola that sits atop the roof at 925 Mass Ave. Prior to the town selling this property, they are interested in obtaining it for historical purposes. I subsequently reached out to the APDC to ask them to review this request at a future meeting so that we're prepared to incorporate this into the plans for this property before selling it. Update on bids and RFPs. The request for qualifications for an owner's project manager services for Marshall Park is currently being advertised, and those bids are due March 13th. Invitation for bids for the Flat Hill Culvert Project are due March 27th, and invitation for bids for cleaning services for town buildings are due April 4th. For budget updates, and this is going to be preclusive to the further agenda topic. The snow and ice deficit as of February 21st was $142,000, and this will need to be covered by end of the year surplus funds. Today, I met with the interim principal assessor as she's working on submitting our new growth for fiscal '24. That should be certified later this week by DOR. And the amount being submitted will be approximately $630,000. This exceeds our estimate by about $230,000, which will be added to our tax base amount for fiscal '25. I'll be recommending that the additional funding will be added to the school budget, pending a final vote of the Monty Tech School Committee for their budget and any other budget estimates that would need to be adjusted.
Great.
That was good news. So part of that reason, because we had $400,000 as the estimate, and we adjusted that estimate in the fall before we submitted the pro forma recap, and we used conservative estimates at that time, but even this far exceeds what our conservative estimates were, and part of that reason is when Vision was doing their project, they picked up additional properties during their review.
Oh.
Excellent.
Yes. We received our letter from the state that the Chapter 90 apportionment will be $418,227 for fiscal '25, which is basically level funded amount from fiscal '24.
What do you mean? They gave us a whopping $163.
Yes.
It's like 5 cups of coffee.
Do you have any questions or comments on the town manager report? As many people say, it's the best part of our meeting, so.
I had right of first refusal on that cupola.
Yeah. Everybody seems to want it.
All right, going to old business. First, discussion of request for open space recommendations for transferring 51 Parmenter and 0 Shirley Reservoir Lake to the Parks Commission. So as we discuss this, I do want to separate these two parcels. You know, I know that we have a bit more to discuss. I think 51 Parmenter is pretty self-explanatory. I move for the board to take no action on the request for 51 Parmenter Road.
Second.
All right, do we have any other discussion? It's going to be a roll call vote. Selectman Uzzolo.
Aye.
Selectman Imke.
Aye.
Selectman Alonso.
Aye.
Selectman Franco.
Aye.
And an aye for myself. All right, and so to open space, we'll communicate we're taking no action on their request with 51 Parmenter. Next is 0 Shirley Reservoir. I have a different opinion about 0 Shirley Reservoir. I think that we received what is a very good offer from Shady Point, and that offer is to provide our residents with what the motive here has been, is to provide residents with meaningful access and no additional cost to some of the lakes here in town, Lake Shirley specifically. I think that they've come forward with a really good offer that I think that we should negotiate with them and sign over the course of the next month. I think that it would be a wise strategy for us to consider putting the request to transfer 0 Shirley Reservoir to the Parks Commission on the warrant, and to give ourselves a month to negotiate with Shady Point. In other words, take the time over the next month to sign this agreement, and then if the agreement is in place by April the 2nd, that we do not include it in the booklet and we remove it from the warrant. And that's what I would approach, I think is a good remedy. I think that if we don't land at a point where we have meaningful access being provided, I think that we should be considering either transferring the property to Parks, or we should be considering what improvements we can make ourselves to improve access. It's not the approach that I would prefer to take, and I think that we have a business that's already functioning that provides a lot of resources. I think that they can check IDs. Every student gets an ID. Everyone in town has a license or some form of ID. Everyone can prove that they're a resident of Lunenburg in some kind of way pretty easily. It's not like voting where people can be asked to show an ID. So in my mind, I don't fully, I think I think we have a wonderful offer from Shady Point. I think we should negotiate it in good faith. They seem to have come forward in great faith to do it. I don't have any hesitation. I don't see why we can't negotiate with them over the next month, get it signed, and then for 10 years we table this conversation. But I think in the absence of that, then there is a desire to provide meaningful access, whether it's for us to make improvements or for the parks to get transferred to them. However, I also am open to the suggestion that the Parks Commissioners come back to us with a better developed plan, since the request came from Open Space. They come back to us with a plan from Parks on what they would see as meaningful access on this property. I'm not very interested in doing that for 0 Shirley Reservoir. So those are my ideas, throwing them out there at you guys. I'll hear what your thoughts are.
So I have one quick comment. I have a lot of comments, but one quick one. I watched the Parks meeting, was it last week? Recently, whatever. I watched the most recent recording. And Shady Point representatives were there. They discussed with the Parks Commission members the plan. Parks Commission, they were actually on board with it. They supported, they liked the idea. And I was under the understanding that they were going to write a letter to the chair saying that basically no need to do this now, hold off. I mean, I'm paraphrasing what they said, but even they were saying, you know, backing off the urgency of the request. So I'm in favor of not even having a placeholder on the warrant. I don't, for a lot of reasons, but that's one of them.
Okay. Any other thoughts on this, Lou?
Yeah, I concur with Select Board Member Emke on this. So I completely agree with fully exploring the Shady Point offer. It seems like a great offer. It makes a ton of sense. It comes at no cost. But I also don't see the urgency in putting a placeholder for Stump Cove either. So, I mean, it can always be done later. It doesn't have to be done this cycle. So, I could go with either plan, but my preference is to just not even put the placeholder.
Yep. Selectman Nuzzolo.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Franco and Ms. Emke.
And Mr. Alonso?
So I would say, first of all, I want to thank the DeFazio family for their offer. I spoke with them during that visit. I think it fits the bill perfectly of what people are asking for, and their willingness to enter into an agreement with the town for 10 years, I think is very laudatory. So I would, or laudable, I should say. And yes, we should enter into that, absolutely. We should talk about that. I don't think it will be a difficult discussion. I think they were open to everything that they said. They were very frank about what their offering was, and I won't go into their offer. So thank you to them. Second, to the point, I will reiterate what I said at the meeting we had when Open Space came and asked us to do the transfer. I still, even after a site walk, or maybe even less, I don't even know if that's possible, but even less after the site walk, don't see any reason to transfer the property over to the Parks Commission. Number one, there is no plan. Even by their own admission, they didn't have a plan. Not even, they barely had a back of a napkin plan. They just talked about ideas. As the chair, Mr. Chair, you mentioned at that meeting, since it's under the Board of Selectmen, everybody has rights to the property. So they certainly have every right to go to the Parks Commission and look at and make plans. So I encourage them to do so if they see that it's the best avenue for the town. They don't need ownership or care and custody of that property to do that. Lastly, if we do transfer care and custody and it doesn't happen, to pull it out of care and custody is not as, but almost as difficult as taking it out of conservation custody. So you don't want to enter into custody before you know that's what you're going to do. And the only reason I can see care and custody going is if there are structures or things that they would have to maintain to have control over. If we're talking about cutting some path down a trail so that somebody could launch a canoe or kayak, there is no need for it to get out of the selectmen's control, and nor do I support it, and certainly don't support a placeholder because there's certainly no urgency to that. So putting it on, not knowing if you're going to vote on it, just having it as a last-minute, effort in case the Shady Point negotiations don't go the way we would like, I don't see the urgency of doing that. So I would not be in support of that and think we should be left with no action, and we should pursue the avenue with Shady Point solely.
I think that the board, what I'm hearing is that the board is unanimous in their agreement, in our agreement, that the offer from Shady Point resolves the concerns. With that, I move for the board to take no action on the request from Open Space for Zero Shirley Reservoir.
Second.
Any additional discussion? It's going to be a roll call vote. Selectman Nuzzolo.
Aye.
Selectman Imke.
Aye.
Selectman Alonso.
Aye.
Selectman Franco.
Aye.
And an aye for myself.
I just want to also thank the people that took us around. I mean, yeah, I've said it before, I'm all about the site visits. It gets me out of the house. I get to turn these pieces of paper into 3D. To me, I'm very visual. It helped. It's so much better than seeing it on paper. So thank you for hosting us for the walk, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I want to also thank you. First of all, I don't think we've ever had a more, well, we have for a bad reason last January. Aside from that meeting, I don't think we've had a more attended meeting. And I've been, working with town in some regard for over 20 years. And so I've met a lot of people in town over the years. I probably met more people I had never met before because Lake Shirley isn't one of the places that I frequent. And it was a pleasure meeting so many, fellow neighbors and people, concerned citizens in the area, and speaking with them. And their concern for their neighborhood was very heartening. So I want to thank you all for that.
Yeah, it was good. I'm sorry, it was good meeting a lot of people that I hadn't met also, and maybe we could do something over the summer with.
I want to also extend a thanks to Shady Point. I think that, it's a sign of responsible business when you hear a community concern and you rise to the occasion to meet the need of the community. Many residents are, 51 Parmentier, self-explanatory, and I was trying to really calm down the crowd when we had our site walk, saying common sense is going to prevail here. It was pretty obvious that nothing was going to happen in 51 Parmentier while we were doing our site walk. But being real though, Zero Shirley Reservoir Road, and I want to thank again Shady Point for rising to the occasion. But I also just want to kind of say to the residents, I generally believe that property that's under the care and custody of the select board, it's not a problem all the time for us to not have necessarily use regulations for a lot of the land. I think that we have hundreds of years to demonstrate that our residents are pretty responsible when it comes to community property. But in light of all this awareness, if you start seeing, unsavory activities, please be sure to reach out to us and let us know, so that way we can put an end to that. We don't want this conversation to become a headache for the people who live in the neighborhood. And again, the goal is a lot of people in town don't have access to a lake. Many have expressed a desire to have access to the lake, and a process by which residents can, through Shady Point at no cost to them, to me, provides that access. So thank you all for coming out. Thank you for being engaged. And again, thank you for trusting what we have said, that, common sense is common sense is common sense. All right.
Thank you.
All right, we'll pause for about a minute here. I know we're going to lose some people, so we'll take about a minute.
I'll take advantage of that.
You can just ask.
other part of the crowd next.
No, I haven't done those. I just learned this today. Yeah.
All right. Bump my seat up. Okay, so we're going to resume from our recess. We did have a question. We were televised the whole time, so everyone heard it, but it was from Shady Point, just asking about the legal, how we actually get the agreement. Again, it was all televised. All right, so next on our agenda, we have a T-ball request to use the old primary school and reviewing the draft license agreement, and a vote may be taken. So I want to, this is in our Google Drive. The board has had the opportunity to review this, hopefully, and let's just quickly, any questions, comments, thoughts on this agreement?
I have, well, two questions, Mr. Chair. The first is, the document, was this written by town council?
Yeah.
Okay, written by the town. Okay. I just want to make sure. I mean, I didn't see anything in it that I disagree with. I just want to make sure that we didn't have to send it to them, but if it's coming from them. The second thing is, there's a notice about the parking easement of the Historical Society. So I am for, as I said last week, for the use of this field being licensed for the 4 months or so that they are looking to, but the parking is an issue that I would ask them to approach the Historical Society to allow them during those 4 months to use that parking lot without, in advance of this happening, so there is not an issue. So they are aware of it, and they acknowledge that they have permission to use it.
Okay. How you know I'm not a parent is, I think I learned what T-ball was, 2 weeks ago?
Yes, I believe I whispered it into
You did. I was like, what's T-ball?
They said they needed about 10 to 15 spaces for
Well, we
parking.
should draft it. So I if there's no I don't know if there's any discussion further, but I will make a motion that we approve sending them the draft license agreement to the T-ball organization. What is their organization name? Lunenburg Youth Baseball and Softball. And also with the caveat that they get permission to use, from the Historical Society to use their parking easement.
You are here.
Oh.
We didn't recognize you back here, TJ.
Well, you mingled them with the rest of the crowd.
Yeah. You lost like 10 years coming off the screen to me.
I was also coming off the gym on that last call. So. TJ Laughlin, 207 Rolling.
Before that, you were making a motion. Was there a second?
Yeah, sorry.
I didn't. I'll hold off on the motion if he wants to answer. So have you talked to the Historical Society?
We haven't, no.
Okay.
We can do that for sure. No problem.
So then I would say that we approve the license being submitted to the organization to approve, and also with the caveat that they get permission to use the parking spaces dedicated to the Historical Society before the start of their licensing agreement.
Second.
All right. So if you're not familiar with what an easement is when you give someone else access to your property. And so in this case, it's town property, but we have provided an easement to the Historical Society saying that they're allowed to park in this area and that they have the right to park in that area. So what we're asking here is that you just go to them too and say, hey, I know it's town property, I know it's, but we are going to be using it on such and such a dates, and any kind of mitigating factors they have. They might say, put a couple cones in these parking spaces or whatever, and I'm sure you guys can easily comply. So the written agreement is coming from us. You'll see it. If you guys don't like it.
We've seen the draft.
Okay.
Yep.
And you don't have any additional revisions or anything like that?
We have it preliminarily signed already, but we were told it might be a final draft, so we're waiting to send it back.
Perfect. All right, so that goes over to you. I know that sometimes when people read legal language, they don't always know what it means, and they just sign it, but please read it.
I read every word of it.
All right. Thank you, TJ.
From the Historical Society, do you need a document, a legal document? Do you need an email?
I think a simple letter saying that these are the times that you're going to be doing it, and they give permission, or they acknowledge that you will be using this, and they have no objection to that.
Okay.
For the time frame of the license. If you just get them to sign that, and you sign that and submit it to us, I think that should be sufficient.
All right.
Can do.
They're a good group. I mean, I don't think they're going to be objection, but I just wanted everyone. I don't want anybody to say, "Hey, how can you give away our parking spots without even asking us?" That's what we want to avoid.
Awesome. Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Cool, thanks.
And this is a clean league, right? No steroids in this league? Clean T-ball league?
I gotta walk the T-ball.
Yeah, I asked my mother after this meeting, I'm like, how come I never played T-ball? Didn't even know what it was. And she reminded me, I was, by the time I came along, they were 18 years into having kids. And
I don't even know when I was growing up, it was that, I don't think it existed, T-ball. I think it was later
Coaches
on.
pitch to the kids. Up at that age, yeah.
My son played last year. It's okay.
I played.
Wow, see?
It's been around.
Cute, actually.
Yeah. All right. And for those at home who can't hear, we have a bunch of people in the room who are Lunenburg born and raised, who are like, I played as kids. All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any additional discussion? This is going to be any additional discussion? Let me pause. It's going to be a roll call vote. Selectman Nuzolo. I didn't catch that.
I don't know if he's audible.
Did
I think
he
he's
mute
saying-
himself? Well, we can't let him
Yeah,
say
I know,
it.
yeah.
We see you mouth moving.
Hi, sorry
aye.
about that. I
There
muted
we go.
myself during the
There we
break. And for what it's worth, I played T-ball as a kid. It's a lot of fun.
All right, we got an aye from Selectman Nuzolo. Selectman Imke.
Aye.
Selectman Alonso.
Aye.
Selectman Franco.
Aye.
And an aye for myself.
Yeah, we played stickball with a tennis ball and a broom handle.
That's it.
I heard, and you guys know I'm not, but I heard on social media that this is controversial, like let the kids play T-ball. Is that accurate? I don't see that stuff.
No.
No? Okay.
I think if there's anything non-controversial, it's T-ball.
I was like, how is this controversial?
In this country, today's days, there's very few things that are not controversial. I
If
think
T-ball is
may be the one
controversial,
remaining
then
one.
we've sunk to a new low.
All right. So we're going to keep as standing agenda topics, environmental policies, and we won't hit that today. I think that the budget conversation ties into the override conversation. So does the board want to discuss that separately?
Well, I want to discuss something on the town meeting warrant, because something I found under that same item.
Yep.
So the override, we're going to have a big discussion. So I don't remember when it was. I think it was our last meeting when we had the applicants for what we thought were open positions for the Historical Commission. And then we brought up the fact that we had a discussion on this board last April where there was a discussion that the town manager was advertising on her town manager reports, and the chair asked that we shouldn't advertise them because they had 5 and there was no desire for us to do anything different, and we should come up with a warrant article to make it 5. That never happened, and we had 2 applicants, so we said, we looked in all of our town bylaws and everything, and didn't find anything on the Historical Commission, but except the reference to Mass General Law, which said it could be anywhere from 3 to 7. Everybody here thought that's a peculiar way of putting it, and we didn't do that like that, and it was weird that we had that. So we did appoint 2 people with the thought that that there were potentially 7. But at that point, I said at that meeting that I guess I have my homework with the warrant article to make it 5. And so in preparation for that, I first wanted to see when it was established, and so I will share with the board what I found. So the first thing was that the Historical Commission was initially established in Lunenburg at the FY 1979 annual town meeting. There were 2 articles, Article 21, which the town voted to accept the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 8D, with the allowing the establishment of the Historical Commission, which was voted on and passed. The very next article was to see if the town will vote to establish under the provisions of that law that was just passed, Mass General Law, Chapter 48D, a historical commission for the purposes and with the rights and duties provided by law to be composed of 6 members, appointed by the Board of Selectmen for the terms of 3 years, except the initial appointment shall be 2 years for 2 members for 1 year, 2 members for 2 years, and 1 member for 3 years. Anyway, that was established as a 6-member board. So when we found this, we're like, okay, that puts us in a dilemma because now we just appointed 7 people, and the thought came up, was this ever addressed again? So last night, I reviewed the town reports and found that in FY 2008 annual town meeting, Article 18, There was an article to see if the town will vote to change the membership of the Lunenburg Historical Commission from 6 members, as voted upon at the May 1979 Article 22 Annual Town Meeting, to 5 members, with members still to be appointed by the Board of Selectmen for terms of 3 years each, so arranged that the term of nearly equal number of members as is possible shall expire each year. That was voted unanimously by the town. So we only have a historical commission with 5 members, so we did not have the vacancies to issue or appoint the other 2 members. What this FY 2008 article didn't do is create a bylaw, so it's still not in our bylaws, the composition of this, which I will remedy by putting an article in to actually accept this assembly and actually make it a bylaw and put it in our town bylaws, so that in further review and reference down the road, we don't have to go through by hand town meeting or town reports to find out what the votes were. So we do only have a 5-member historical commission officially. So I don't know what that means. I guess those votes are, not, I don't know if we have to undo them, but we really didn't have the right to do them anyway because we didn't have the vacancies. So I don't know what action has to be taken as far as that goes.
I would like to get in first of all, thank you, Tom, for the work you've done to dig into this, dig into these details. Certainly, I came into our last meeting on this with belief that we had 2 vacancies on this board. This highlights our need to be tight about our bylaws and make sure that what we get passed gets, transferred over.
Well, this wasn't ever made into a bylaw. That's what I reviewed with town council. Even the 2008 one doesn't say to amend the town bylaws and put in a section about historical commissions. That's what would normally be done.
Yeah.
But this didn't do, the first one didn't do it, but that was, nobody knows what they did 43 years ago. Our town council certainly didn't. But the one in 2008 was really surprising that we didn't make a bylaw out of it.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like we omitted it from the bylaws accidentally. It was never voted to amend the bylaws to begin with, which is peculiar.
If I could, so where did when and where did the 3 to 7 language come in?
Because, my guess is that because there was no bylaw, and in researching this, even 2008 town reports are not digitally available, searchable. I think it's only, according to town council, only the ones from 2012 and beyond are searchable digitally. When they did research, nobody went through the reports, and there was nothing in the bylaws. So somebody said, oh, we must have accepted the Mass General laws, which says you can establish one that's from 3 to 7. And so it was, I assume by those people who did the review, it was accepted that we accepted that, so we have a non-determinate number of members from 3 to 7. Because that was what was relayed to us, the language from Mass General law.
Okay.
So I would like to, get a legal opinion from town council on how to proceed from here. We obviously cannot do things that are against our rules, and we have. So so I think we need to get clarity, and I think we have now 7 sworn-in members. So I think we need to get clarity from council on what the best approach is to get back into compliance.
Well, first of all, I've been communicating with them because I asked. Because the town manager was away last week and I needed to speak with him, she introduced, an email that CC'd me because I wanted to investigate it. I've been more than happy to ask him. I think, and I don't want to preempt it, but I think what will probably happen is that it's a negative vote. Like, you can't vote things that you have no authority to vote, so it would automatically negate the vote. So you can't have members that you don't have vacancies for. That would be number one. I think, but to remedy it, what I'm proactively going to do is draft a warrant article that actually codifies this and puts the wording from 2008 into a town bylaw addition as a separate section called Historical Commission.
All right.
And I will work with town council at the approval of the board to word that properly.
Since you've been working with town council, can you before we tell 2 members, hey, psych, you're not really on this committee anymore, can we just get that in writing from them? Certainly, I don't doubt that what you're saying is accurate. I think it's reasonable though to
I will touch base with you in the morning, Heather, and we can draft a quick email. Okay.
All right. Okay.
We should try to get it quickly because the Historical Commission has a meeting on Thursday.
Okay.
So.
Well.
That's right. Shut down the government.
All right. So again, I have a lot of comments about the budget, but I think it's going to be captured in the override conversation. All right. Current business.
Did you want to review
Yep.
annual town meeting? I did a draft
Yeah, oh yeah,
warrant.
yep. I'm sorry, thank you. Annual town meeting warrant articles in our Google Drive. So let's just take a look at the ones that have come in thus far. Do you want me to walk through this, Heather, or do you want to?
I can.
Okay.
It just captures all our typical recurring articles.
Mhm.
So hearing regular reports of certain committees, if there's, say, a report from Municipal Building Design Committee that we've done in the past. The revolving fund, which authorizes the spending limits for that year, because there's a bylaw, but you do have to reauthorize the spending limits every year. The prior year, payment of prior year expense article, if there are any. The adjustments to the current fiscal year budget. There's a placeholder article for an override that I just put in that the board will discuss tonight. There is the capital plan article for fiscal 25, the fiscal 25 budget article. There are 2 placeholder articles for personnel committee that we know are forthcoming. One for the comp and class grid, and the other for any updates to the SAP bylaw. The stabilization fund article, the special purpose stabilization fund article, the OPEB trust fund article. There's placeholders for the sewer articles that are on the budget, so for their budget and capital reserve and reserve capacity stabilization articles. The solid waste disposal budget article, and the water enterprise budget article, and public access budget article.
Okay. All right, so all those are pretty standard. Have we had any citizen petitions yet?
No.
No. And anything from the planning board yet?
No, I hear they're forthcoming.
Okay. All right. Any questions to the town manager before we go into current business? Okay. In our Google Drive, on a current business first, draft intermunicipal agreement between Lunenburg Sewer and Leominster. Were you planning on Bill presenting this, Heather?
Or Paula
Or
is
Paula?
here,
I'm
if
sorry.
she wants to.
That's right. Good to see you, Paula.
So you guys have the IMA in front of you.
Mhm.
I will say that the commission did their best to introduce additional services from the city of Leominster. We were looking for potentially emergency services or assistance with some of our jetting or cameraing to bring costs down. Unfortunately, that didn't flesh out.
I see what you did there.
So the agreement that you see in front of you is really minor in the changes. We had originally requested 800,000, but they want to keep it at the 500,000 gallons per day. Right now, we send about 250,000 gallons per day, so we're not at our threshold. But there is a caveat in there to approach them at any time to consider increasing that flow if we need it. I don't know if you have any questions. I did provide an overview of all the changes, so if you have any questions about specific changes, but overall, it essentially stays the same. The biggest issue is the rate increase. Leominster is proposing a 16.17% rate increase in fiscal '25, which will be very difficult for our budget to absorb, and then an additional 3% in fiscal '26. This is on top of a 7% per year for the next 5 years from the city of Fitchburg. So our costs are definitely escalating.
Paul, if I can just start on that.
Yep.
Is that what they're also charging customers in their town?
No. Our increase is 1.25% higher than what they charge
Okay.
in their community.
So it's,
And then it will be penny per penny in the future.
so the extra charge, it's only a 1% for us, roughly, 1.125.
No. What do you mean? It's a 16.17,
No, I follow
right?
that, but as
Yeah.
far as like as far as, I think you answered the question, but what I'm trying to understand is how much is Fitchburg, or Leominster, excuse me, how much is Leominster increasing? for
No,
their
our
own
rate
customers?
our rate is substantially higher, but then moving forward, it will be penny for penny. The cost of connection is 1.25% higher.
Okay. And so the 16.7% increase that our residents are going to be experiencing, their residents, you're saying, will
Are
not?
not that same level. I honestly don't know. Bill, do you know what I don't. Unfortunately, I don't have that information.
Yep. No, I mean, where I'm coming from is I hope, I know that we need the assistance, and it's certainly cheaper than, the alternative, which is having the resources that they have that we don't.
We
right?
did look, actually, the commission did look into what a treatment plant would cost, given the escalating costs that we're looking at, and it's absolutely cost prohibitive. But unfortunately, our system is aging, our costs are going up, we're seeing very expensive replacements. We just had a situation on Mass One that is, at this point, we're at $40,000, but we're looking at much more in the very near future. So costs are escalating, and unfortunately, people will be seeing a rate increase in fiscal '25.
And overall, what are you estimating that total rate increase to be? Is it 16.7? Because you said that's on top of another 7%. That's already built in.
I don't want to speak out of turn. Well, the number that is being contemplated, and I don't want to say this is absolute as of yet, because we're still with this Mass One dilemma, and now Dana Street, which is in the same situation, we're still playing with numbers. But what was being talked about was a 16% increase this year, fiscal '25, for our residents.
I was trying to interrupt you by saying that you probably want to defer to the sewer commission.
I do want to defer to the sewer
That's what I would have
commission.
done in
That
your
would, thank you, Mr. Alonso.
Well, now it's too late because you threw it out.
I threw it out there. It is something we're hoping to keep it as low as possible. But as I said, our costs are escalating and our system is aging.
How, if I may, Mr. Chair, if I may ask, so what is our rate with Fitchburg right now? Because, it's
I don't
got
have
to be
that
difficult to come up with a blended rate, since we want to charge all of our sewer customers, I'm assuming, the same price regardless of where their sewage goes.
Yeah, I don't have the table in front of me, Tom. I can tell you that our rate in Fitchburg is significantly higher.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So it's significantly higher.
Mm-hmm.
Am I reading this correctly, that they raised their connection fee from $750 to $3,500?
You are reading that correctly. Currently, they do service other municipalities, and the charge to other municipalities is $3,500. So they are
When does this
looking
go
for
into
us to
effect?
pay.
Because anybody who's thinking about doing it should connect now.
Fiscal '25.
Wow.
As you may know, I was trying to help a resident connect on Pratt, and the cost of replacing their septic tank, and they're right on the corner, it was a property right on the corner of West Street and Pratt. So
Mhm.
getting to the septic line, it was so easy. And it was cheaper for them to replace their septic tank than to connect into sewer.
Well, that's a...
I can't really, unfortunately, we have to we outsource all of our maintenance. We outsource all of our major repairs. The only thing we really do in-house is billing and administrative. We certainly oversee those operations, and we have, as a sewer commission, we've worked really hard on a capital plan out to fiscal '29, and actually forecasted it out to fiscal '32. So we're doing a lot to try to identify what our costs are going forward and what our rate needs to be in order to sustain.
All right.
Is there any other, those are the only two things that stuck out at me, was the rate, the two connection fee change and the rate change. Everything else seems pretty administerial.
Standard, yeah.
So, Yeah, the questions I have are really not for you, Paul. They're
Okay. We will be in front of the Finance Committee. We're hoping to reschedule that because the Chair of the Sewer Commission and myself are not available on the date we're slated for. But we will be presenting to the Finance Committee, and I certainly will share all that information with you guys in the packet that I send over.
Okay.
Excellent.
I do have one question. I don't want to put you on the spot. It might not be a fair question. Maybe you just want to defer to the commission.
Okay.
But in looking at this, I didn't see anything that addressed this, but to Mr. Alonso's point, in all seriousness, if somebody did want to connect or take advantage of this lower rate before the $3,500 fee kicks in, would they actually have to have the connection completed by that time, or just be contractually bound to get?
They would have had to sought a permit and paid for that permit.
Okay.
And I will say our connection cost right now, our connection fee is $2,250 now. Our connection fee to Fitchburg is $2,000, and our connection fee to Leominster was significantly less, and then we use that additional fund to fund the operation. But now we're looking at a $3,500 pass-through to Leominster. So obviously, our connection fee will be going up as well.
Yeah, so it was real advice. If
Yeah.
you're on the fence about connecting to the Leominster sewer line in Lunenburg, do it soon and save yourself,
Right.
I don't know, just shy of $2,800.
Yeah.
And it's attainable too, because you only have to pull the permit by then, right? So.
Pay for
Yeah.
it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any remaining questions?
We're trying to get you more customers, by the way.
Thank you.
Before you leave.
Yep.
I just want to add or confirm that during the negotiations with Leominster, this is really, a lot of it was to catch up to the times, because this is a 20-year agreement.
This is a
So-
20-year agreement, and Leominster has done a number of upgrades to their plant in order to be compliant with regulations. So, you know, the agreement requires that we pay a percentage of that cost. And, you know, their operation has increased and their costs have increased. So that's why we're looking at rate increases. They're looking at rate increases for their customers as well.
So this is another 20 years?
Mhm.
And my final question is, where are we in a number of years into the Fitchburg IMA?
That was just renegotiated in, I don't think it expires until 2030, but I can't be absolute on that. It might be further than that, but.
I just want to add to everyone in Leominster that we met with. They were very easy to work with, in the back and forth that seemed to go between.
And they've actually offered, you know, we do have an issue with I&I, and several of them have offered to lend their assistance on their own time to give us some ideas on how to deal with that, and to meet with us and work with the commission on strategies to address some of the issues we're facing. So their expertise is definitely appreciated. So.
All right. Thank you for the work you've done on this, and the work that the commission's done in this. Okay.
Who gets approval of this? Sewer Commission?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we looking for, I know we noted the word review because I wasn't anticipating an action here on this, but do we need to make any action on this, to recommend it, to endorse it, anything?
Right, the next step was to go to town council with the IMA, but the commission wanted the board to review first.
Okay. Without concern. All right, review draft teen center lease. So, the teen center, let me just find it up here. Oh, that's not it. Why am I not seeing this?
So you want me to introduce
Please.
this?
I see it now.
Okay.
Yep.
So the town has had an old lease agreement for the teen center that has long been expired. So it was from approximately 2005 to 2015 that one was in place. And that was going back to, let me just pull up the document.
Yeah, 2005.
Right, there was basically a memorandum of understanding when the building was built and gifted to the town, that a teen center would be at that location for general public and recreational educational purposes. And at that time of the lease agreement, there were a number of provisions in that covered repairs and maintenance to the building. And at that time, they were responsible for utilities and heating and such. But over time, and I can't find any documentation to it, because when I came here, we were already paying utility costs and such for the building. So that's built into the facilities, was the DPW, now the facilities budget. And we have taken care of major repairs to the building. There's been energy efficient measures made to the building that are all under the town purpose. The Boys and Girls Club needs a lease agreement for that building as part of being part of the Boys and Girls Club. So this is something that's been reviewed and drafted by our town council, that has been provided a draft form to the Boys and Girls Club as well, with no comments to date.
All right. And Chris Ruth doesn't have any comments? Does Chris, I'm sorry, she wore that more positively. Does Chris Ruth have any comments?
No, I mean, we talk about there's been a number of repairs needed recently this year to that building, probably $30,000 in repairs that were necessary to, such as the ramp, fire escape, things that were necessary to be done, that have come out of the contracted services line, because of only about $10,000 is in the teen center line to cover utilities and heating costs and phone costs. So.
Is anything changing, aside from now it's be official and it's in real legalese writing, is anything else changing in the conditions of?
From the original lease from 2015,
well, just from what they're paying and what we're paying, and what is anything else?
They do not pay anything.
I know.
Right. So that's maintaining the status quo of how we're operating.
That's what I'm saying.
Today.
The operation remains the same.
Right.
Okay. I mean, I think it's a long time coming to be without a lease for that many years. Of course, it's just oversight more than anything. So yeah, I'm for this.
Glad we have a facility guy looking into all this stuff. Are you looking for an action from us tonight?
Yes, unless you want to wait till next week to review it further, I think another week won't hurt.
Well, I won't be here next week. So.
Okay.
I'm for the way it is, unless somebody else. I mean, it seems pretty straightforward. I read through it.
Yep.
So I'd make a motion that we approve this and send this to the Boys and Girls Club Board of Directors for their acceptance and signage.
Second.
Any additional discussion on this? I'll just offer, I think it's a pretty thorough lease, very detailed, and, it really outlines all those things that need to be clear. So it's just a good lease. We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? It's going to be a roll call vote. Selectman Nuzolo.
Aye.
Selectman Inke.
Aye.
Selectman Alonso.
Aye.
Selectman Franco.
Aye.
And an aye for myself.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay.
Here we
Discuss possible override to address fiscal year 25 budget. Vote may or may not be taken. Following, we've received on this board several emails. Many of them are fall-away form. But we received several emails from parents. I should probably comment. Usually if I see the form, I've read it once. I don't read it every single time. But a lot of parents have also taken that form and personalized it. And so what we've received from parents are a lot of emails to us advocating for a potential override. Knowing that the town manager was going to be out of town, we actually finalized the select board agenda, I think, before the finance committee meeting, when we were told that the budget from the town manager was tone deaf and offensive, and that this board needed to demonstrate some leadership. We put this on the agenda because there's a process that everything takes. That, you know, the town manager, the schools provide a budget. The town manager provides a preliminary budget. I know that in conversation there's been, oh, if we're going to do an override, we should have done it sooner. I don't agree with that. I think that if you're going to do an override, the time to do it is when you're looking at budget numbers during the budget process. So as we have this conversation tonight, I think that we've all had the opportunity as members of this board to consider the impact and input from members of the public, to hear a lot of comments from the schools related to budgetary concerns. I think we've all received and looked at somewhere between, 4 and 6 budgets from the school department on what their concerns are. So I want to start tonight by first pausing and letting all of us kind of go around the horn here before we really get into discussion and conversation, and just vocalize our current thoughts, current concerns, key points, and then we'll get into a conversation about where we go with an override. I'll start with Selectman Nuzzolo since you're on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to address a public comment that was made by a prominent member of the community who, quote, faulted the select board for negligence. As a newer member of the board, and like a lot of members of the public, this is a lot to take in and reflect on. Silence does not always mean apathy or bad intentions. What it does mean is that we want as much information as we can get first, and to have the opportunity to really consider our positions. I assure you that all of us on this board volunteer and do this thankless work because we truly care about our neighbors and our community. I'd like to juxtapose that with all of the public comments and emails we've been receiving from parents and even students. Despite the stressful and scary situation, they've respectfully made their opinions known without calling into question anyone's intentions, and displayed a willingness to work together as a community. I personally have been very moved, especially by the public comments made by students. Even if you haven't personally heard from me, I have listened to you. Not only do I thank you for engaging in this process, I've truly been inspired by all of you. It's often said that a budget is a reflection of people's values. I honestly usually roll my eyes when people say that. I think it's corny and overused, but I really feel that now, and it's so true. I was a band geek. I played the saxophone, clarinet, and trumpet from the 4th grade to the 12th grade. My first job, maybe unofficial job, when I was 10 years old, was playing in a marching band. It was near and dear to my heart, provided community, and helped me develop skills and grow into the person I am today. When I listened to band students very bravely provide public comments at school committee meetings, it gave me the opportunity to imagine what these cuts would have been like for 10-year-old me. I felt it very personally. I also was a student who heavily relied on guidance counselors and social workers to manage my home life and make it through the school day. I understand how critical these positions are, not only in helping students do their best work academically, but also preparing them for adulthood in the real world. After a lot of reflection, I've realized that I cannot support any school budget that includes cuts in services. I felt the frustration this past year of being constrained by the town budget and not having the ability to do the things that I think the town should do. Now I'm feeling the frustrations of not even being able to do the bare minimum. We should not be firing teachers. It's just unacceptable. We also need to stop severely underpaying our town employees. We need to invest in our buildings. And it's an injustice that the town council, it's an injustice that the Council on Aging provides services to nearly a third of our residents with only 1% of the budget. The situation we're in is that we need more money to fund services residents expect from town government. Should it come for an override? I don't know, but I do know that the state's not going to help us. It's not ideal. A lot of people are already struggling with the current tax burden. So I don't know if I personally support an override right now, but I do support putting it on the ballot and letting voters decide, especially given how many residents have called for one. So that's where I'm at now.
Thank you, Selectman Nuzzolo. Selectman Nimkin.
So I have spent the last, couple weeks, I think more time in this room, more time watching YouTube, more time looking at spreadsheets, converting PDFs to Excel. I don't even remember my day job at this point. because I want all of the data. I want to know what the numbers are. I want to know where the dollars are going. It is, and we still don't have all that. The school committee is meeting tomorrow to look at, I have, 4 different budgets here. I have questions still about them. There's other departments still to present. They haven't presented to the finance committee yet. I do appreciate the finance committee going through in the level of detail they have, line by line. I've told quite a few people over the last few weeks, I feel like I'm looking for change in the sofa cushions at this point. Every nickel counts. Because I see, this is not, I haven't made up my mind about what I personally would vote for. I think an override, it needs 10 citizens to bring it to town meeting. Whether we put it on, someone brings, the finance committee brings the school, it's going to end up there. I haven't decided myself how I would personally vote, because we don't even have the number. We don't know the impact on the taxes. We don't know a lot still. We will know more in the next week or two. So where was I going with that? So I'm still trying to decide. I don't think it's, if you don't support an override, it's because you're not for kids, you're not for school. That's not the right narrative. People, this number of 267 increase to the average household in Lunenburg to their taxes, to some people, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt, and that's for the median or the average household. And I think the numbers tell me, those on the DOR site, just so you know, that's from fiscal year 23. We're behind, right, because this year's late. So the numbers, I mean, I think we know the ballpark of where we'd be, but if your house is valued more, obviously it's gonna be more than that. Condos got hit really hard. I know. I live in one. My assessment went up 43%. I have a household member on fixed income. I have family in town on fixed income. Everyone's situation is different. So I don't want people to impose values on other people because of their own situation. I think it's we are all in a tough situation, and we have to do what we can and what we feel is best. It's tough because we lost, funding 40S, it's unfortunate and it's out of our control, but it is what it is. The question I have in my mind is this just a crap year, or is this a trend of what's coming? I don't have a crystal ball. So I'm holding out personally to get more information, more data. But when it comes to putting an override on a ballot or a warrant, I have to put, my town hat on and say, there's clearly demand out there for the town, and I feel it should go before the town. Whether we do it, whether 10 citizens sign a petition and bring it to town meeting, I don't know what that number is, and it can't just come out of thin air. It's got to be meaningful, and it has to be well thought out. I think if you bring an override this year and it doesn't pass, someone made a comment about sometimes you have to go to the well more than once. I don't know. You might also be the boy who cried wolf. I know in the past there's not been an appetite in town. This year's going to be a tough year to have that appetite, I think, honestly. So, if you're asking, would I support an override? Just the principle of bringing an override before the town? I would. But it would have to be a ridiculous number, I think, for me to say no at this point. But that is not a reflection of my vote necessarily. But.
Thank you.
Oh, boy. So as someone who supported, in my tenure here with town, I think there's been 2 override attempts, and having supported both of them, I would recognize and acknowledge the fact, and I think members of this board and other elected bodies have said, that the restraints of Prop 2.5 really are set up so that it is almost impossible to go any length of time without an override, because 2.5 doesn't keep up in most times with inflation. So that being built in, at some point, you're going to have one or try one, because you'll just go out. Aside from Prop 2.5, you have new growth. Now, this year, new growth was above what was expected. I've been here where new growth has been $150,000, which is basically negligible. So I understand the need for it, and in those times I was for them because they had 2 things that I thought were specifically important that I hold to. Number one is they had the data that clearly indicated the need, actually 3 principles. That need was across the town, and it had a narrative that could tell the people why they should raise their own taxes. So, like it or not, people generally are not in favor greatly, except for certain pockets of this Commonwealth, of raising their taxes. I can name a few towns where that's not the case, that almost every override passes, but those are way the exceptions and not the rule. Lunenburg's own history does not show a good success rate in overrides passing, and I think there's been 2 that's passed in the last 30 years. So that being stated, and those being the principles, I am struck with a few things. First of all, along with Selectwoman Emke, I don't think the data's there. You know, I was at the school committee meeting last Wednesday when a motion was made to support an override, but it didn't have a number. And as I indicated to people after the meeting and since, it would be like somebody coming to you and saying they need to borrow money, and when you said, okay, how much? They said, I don't know yet. Well, that's not a great question. How can I answer whether I can loan you the money if you don't know how much you even need yet? That is a problem. And there are at least three different school budgets being proposed at different levels, and so that's not even been decided upon. So that is problem number one. Second would be the need across the entire town. So one thing that's noted for every department is that the town manager is going to ask every year for a 2.5% increase in budget as a starting point, because that's what we can reasonably assume that we can raise things with everything going up equally. I have been told, although I did not hear this, and this didn't, the idea of an override and an under budget funding being made until middle of January, at least to the general public. I would have thought that this would have come up much earlier, that saying, hey, listen, in predicting what next year's budget's going to be, we are going to be severely short. And we need to start now because of the second part of what I said, which is that you need a narrative. You need to explain to people very clearly what you are asking for and why it's happening. So as somebody who deals with budgets every year as a former member of the Finance Committee or as a multi-year member of this board, I see them every year, and I'm like, I'm not sure what happened. I sat through the whole the latest budget at the school committee, and I'm not sure I understand still. I know there are some things like school transportation that is out of their control. I absolutely understand that. And I will filter that out. And I will filter out the fact that we lost the 40S money. But that didn't equate those things up to, the 1.2 million that at least has been pitched as a potential override. So I'm not sure that we have the runway to predict to the town that why we're in the position we're in. And because I feel we can't explain that, the larger question is, because that narrative may be short, then I would ask as a resident, then how do I have any confidence that we're not going to be here next year. Because if we didn't know we were going to be here this year until January, then how am I going to not know that we're not going to be here next year? Because 2.5 overrides are so hard to pass, at least in our town and towns like us, we need time to prepare to say, this is enough, not only for now, and this is for the predictable future. Now, certainly nobody can predict financial crises like 2008 and other things like 9/11 and what happens to the economy. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if everything goes kind of according to course, you have to be able to explain to people and give them confidence that, no, this will tide us over for this many years, barring any unforeseen emergency. And I don't know that we can come forward with that. So if you ask me, will I support an override as a principle, my answer right now is I'm not sure, because I don't have enough information to go by, okay? I think that you can't get around the fact that you're asking for money. So you can say, I don't want to cut schools, and I think schools should be funded. I think schools should be funded, okay? I was a product of a great school on Long Island that, we had these budget talks. I remember my parents talking about budgets back when I was going to school in the 70s. So I'm sensitive to that. I am very pro-education. But you're still going to ask people for money. It's coming from taxpayers. There is no magic funder. There's no donor that's going to come forward. You're going to ask it from taxpayers, and many of them are on fixed incomes. So I worry about, without data, what is the chance of success? Now, I'm not going to back it or not back it because of chance of success, because it's always an uphill battle to pass it anyway. I just think this puts us way behind the ball. And to comment on the decision or the comment that the school committee that, if we don't get it, we could just keep going back to the well, and I think Selectwoman Emke mentioned that too. If you don't pass it now and you bring it next year, they'll answer even louder next year. So you got a shot to do it, and you need to make it right. So the last point on the point of the override is there's some people who are saying, well, we just feel it should be a school override because that's where it is. And that's problematic for me, because if we do just a school override, the rest of the budget in the town, I don't say town versus school, but the rest of the budgets in the town, the rest of the departments, aren't going to have a chance to say, wait a minute, if we're going to have an override, these are things I'd like people to consider as well. And so you could make it a town override that funds many departments. And I think that would be a fair way to do it, but I don't know that this late in the game we have the ability to do that. So as far as supporting an override, I'm nowhere near being able to support it. Now, as far as an article, I don't think we need to. If another committee, if the Finance Committee submits ones, I will not support an override that doesn't have a number. So it has to have a number in the ballot, not in the ballot, in the warrant. But you don't need the selectmen to put it on the warrant, right? It's easy enough to get 10 people. There's 10 people in the audience right now. So I'm not really concerned about that. The only procedural thing you need the selectmen for is the warrant article, the ballot question. So the ballot question.
Well, we don't allow, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we don't allow anyone that's not up here to.
Yeah. So the ballot question, the select board is the only body who can put it on the ballot. Anybody can get it on the warrant. Okay. And if somebody comes forward again as a selectman member, I'll put it on the warrant. So when it comes to the ballot question, which I think is the valid question before us, Mr. Chair, I will only even consider it with two possibilities, and they have to be real commitments from this board. Is that, number one, this board needs to commit that they will not pass an unbalanced budget at town meeting. Because if somebody gets up and starts making an unbalanced budget on the hopes that, and forcing a special town meeting, whether or not there's a ballot question or whether or not the ballot question passes, then if somebody can't commit to that on the board, I can't say what town meeting does, then I will not vote for it to put on the ballot. And the other thing is, it cannot force the town manager and her team to build another budget. I said that back a few weeks ago when this surfaced. I'm like, for the town manager to put together another budget at this time is going to be, like I said, I think I used the word Herculean. It would be, again, a Herculean task to do that. And if this board is going to ask the town manager to do that, I'm going to ask them to say they're not. Otherwise, if any of those two are true, then I'm not going to vote to put it on the ballot. Otherwise, I will consider putting it as a ballot question. So those are my positions on the question right now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso. Mr. Franco.
Okay, hopefully I can read my own chicken scratch. I do have a couple of preliminary comments before my main comments. I agree with the previous speakers on several points. We do need numbers. There are we need numbers. This has to be concrete. However, I'm going to take this up to a little bit of a higher level and just present my philosophical approach and my pragmatic approach. I have a philosophical side, the way I think about things, and then pragmatic. I think the members of this board know that philosophically I have a very high bar for keeping questions off the warrant. My standard is essentially that I will platform any question upon which reasonable minds can differ. This is clearly a question over which reasonable minds can differ. So I consider questions that are, questions that would be clearly unconstitutional or discriminatory. I won't platform those because I don't believe that's reasonable. This is not one of those. Now, I don't know in the end if I would actually vote in favor of a 2.5 override, like when I vote as a citizen at town meeting. But absent a compelling case to the contrary, or insufficient data, or lack of sufficient numbers, I won't use my seat on this board to block democratization of the issue. I will democratize the issue. I say, I don't believe in protecting people from themselves. If members of the public don't want this to go through, then they have to come out in force and make their case in opposition. I say let everybody into the Coliseum of democracy and do battle. So I say let the opposing camps make their cases. That is my philosophical approach to these things. My pragmatic approach is that I suspect that this is going to come either way. 10 citizens are going to put it forth, or it's going to come through us. So why not through us? Why don't we put our fingerprint on this? And we can discuss this in a way that perhaps general citizens can't, just because of our experience and all. So why not vet it through us? It's almost certainly coming anyway. And also, we would have to approve of any ballot question, and the language in the warrant would have to roughly parallel, more than roughly, it would have to basically track what would go on the ballot in the end anyway. So I think what I'm saying here and messaging is that unless somebody comes to me with a very compelling case to the contrary, or that the people who want this override don't make a good enough case with concrete enough numbers, that I will democratize the question. I will put it on the warrant.
All right. Thank you for all of those comments. I will, again, state a couple of my own. I think the correct process is for this to come through the select board. I do not believe that override should be citizen petitions. That's a guarantee that there's no path for them to pass. Because the town executive, our role as a board is to look at the needs of the community. It's to, when there's a need like this or a request like this, as Selectman Franco intimated, the language matters a lot. And so it's better to have an executive board pull together the language, so that way what's actually presented in front of the town is something that meets what everyone's intent actually is. I specifically actually disagree with the Finance Committee putting forward such a request. I think the Finance Committee's role is to advise town meeting on financial impact of things. There's really no mechanism to rein in the Finance Committee, to keep them in their lane, so to speak. But I think that, we are benefited from having a robust Finance Committee, or we're benefited from having many members who look at things and ask probing questions, but I don't think it's their role, and I don't think it would be appropriate for the Finance Committee to put something like this forward. I'm going to get into my comments, additional comments. A few things have been said at other meetings, one of them being like this per pupil expenditure. And it's said with like this level of like disgust almost about the per pupil expenditure in the town being amongst the lowest in the states. And so I do want to comment on that specifically, because the highest spending represents the worst performing districts. The highest spending in Boston, in Lawrence, in Holyoke, New Bedford, and Lynn. These are underperforming districts. And as Selectman Imke noted, we spent a lot of time, all of us have, digging into a lot of numbers. I'm not an educator, and I'm not. It seems that there are three primary indicators that identify whether a school district will have a higher than average cost per pupil. One of them being a higher than average percentage of economically disadvantaged students. The second being a higher than average percentage of students that are learning English. And the third being a strong base of industrial and commercial property. And Lunenburg is not above average in any of those areas. If MCAS is a measure, which it may not be, but if it is, looking at data from, I believe it was 2023, Lunenburg students outperform North Middlesex, of course, Fitchburg-Leominster, and measure similarly to students in Ashburnham and Westminster, that school system, Air Shirley, and slightly worse than students in Neshoba. Looking at the top districts in the state by MCAS, there are a few that spend less money than us per student. Hopkinton and Natick, they spend less per pupil than we do, and of course there are top districts that spend more. Harvard, Winchester, Westwood, Sharon. And Lunenburg students test similarly to Tewksbury, which spends 10% more than us, Swampscott, Stoneham, Somerset, Rochester, who are all within about 5 to 6%, and then Georgetown, who spends 10% less than us. So it seems that one school district has found a way to overcome some of the inequalities that come with education, and they've done that by providing significant resources, and that is the city of Cambridge. Per pupil spending is roughly double what we spend in Lunenburg, and their students score 1 to 1.5% better than our students on standardized tests. So school is an important part of what makes a child attain the skills necessary to have a productive life. But the performance of a school district is one of many factors that contributes to lifelong happiness, financial stability, and social and emotional balance and health. How do we get a kid to grow up and wake up each or most days like me, and presumably most or all of you, and feel a sort of satisfaction with oneself, contentment with one's life, motivation, drive, inner peace? The answer is there's not a recipe. Smarter people than I at Boston University, National Institutes of Health, and other higher education institutions have studied and identified some indicators that increase the odds per se. Moving from a poorer community to a wealthier one. Having adults in your life that encourage, kids to be curious about the world around them. Parents who encourage passions such as sports, art, music, nutrition, the availability of fresh fruits and vegetables in homes, a safe home environment. Parents that role model courteous and caring behaviors, verbal and visual stimulation at a young age, genetics, teaching kids how to cope with stressful situations, socialization, having empathy, care for others, cooperation, sharing, so much. So at least, 70% of the adults that live in Lunenburg do not have kids, roughly, in the school system. But we all agree that supporting the education of young people is part of our celebration of our species. I believe that it is intrinsic to our humanity to want and hope for the best for all kids. Kids are our future, and I believe our town has committed to supporting the education of its children. But to engage in this conversation about the override, we need to say the soft parts. We need to say the quiet parts out loud. How did a $1.2 to $1.7 million budget shortfall sneak up on the school district? We spent a lot of money on administration in the district and within the schools. Some cities, like Fitchburg, now have 8% of their student body population that are refugees. That is a clear external force that challenges budget realities. So in considering this, I've had to look at what are those unpredictable and unforeseeable forces that have affected the school budget. Health insurance increases at a pretty predictable 5 to 6% rate. Technology is replaced or upgraded on a pretty regular and largely predictable schedule. Staff get contractual increases that are largely predictable for planning purposes. So I've searched for this outside influence that has created what looks like a budgetary emergency. And as far as I can deduce, there's a portion of this that just looks like poor planning or past under budgeting. But I recognize that the bulk of the gap here seems to be produced by emotional needs, and it's clear that the ESSER was used to increase programming without a clear plan on how to get back to fiscal reality. So where I stand on this today is I think that I agree with the question coming before the voters. I agree with us putting a ballot question on. I agree with there being a question at town meeting for an override. I feel quite confident it will fail, and I will not vote for it. I think that we all have to make do with the budgets that we have. I think that this is a question for the community. On the town side, and again, this isn't pitting town versus schools. I'm not in the role to figure out who does the most noble work. Everybody who works for public good is engaged in noble activities. When we look at what the town manager's budget does, it largely keeps everything going. Health insurance costs, other known things. When we look at the extras, how much are we really adding here into the town side of the budget when it comes to staff, other things? We come up with $150,157. Providing the schools, the schools providing a budget that demonstrates a $1.2 to $1.7 million budget gap. To me, that's a bit irresponsible. It's not going to happen in the current budgetary situation we live in. It's just not possible. When the schools represent roughly 51% of the total budget, if the whole thing can only go up by 2.5%, you can't hit those numbers unless you literally gut everybody else. You just can't do it. So there is a responsibility for the school district to provide a budget that says, hey, here's what we need, and here's what we can do with what we have. And how this has gone about is we're going to cut 17 teachers, and I believe that was the initial. We're going to cut athletic program in a school district where almost half the kids play sports. To me, that's an emotional thing. That should never be made, cutting sports. Cutting music in a district where we know that kids need to have these robust services to have a well-rounded education. That gets people upset. It gets people really upset. So when we look at the town side of the budget, and again, I'm not an educator. I accept that I'm not an educator. I look at the school budgets. They don't make enough sense to me. It's not my specialty. I'm not trying to make it my specialty. It doesn't have to make sense to me, but it doesn't make sense to me. I've looked through it line by line, all the different iterations that have come out. I've asked a series of questions. I still don't know exactly what's happening, but there are certain things I disagree with. Our buildings are the most expensive thing that we do in a community. Do not cut maintenance. And I can see it in the current budget that maintenance is going to get cut on school buildings we're still paying for. And we will keep paying for another, 20-something years? Don't cut maintenance on buildings we have mortgages on. It is not a good plan. But, most of it, I don't know. Again, I look at our residents in town. We just heard tonight, sewer customers might be looking at upwards of a more than 10% increase. We know that parents who have kids in college are paying $70,000 to $80,000 per kid per year. We know that 30% of our town are seniors. We know that many of them retired making $50,000, $60,000 a year. We know that. So when we talk about $267, we have to look at the section of the budget that's raised and appropriated. So what the request is for $1.2 million, what that request is a 7.5% roughly increase. So, we have our 2.5, but in order to get 1.2 million out of that roughly 28 million that we raise and appropriate, and I'm a little off here, but we're in that 7% ballpark of asking the residents to provide that. And I don't, and that's based on the preliminary numbers we have. As other members have stated, those numbers need to come in. We heard tonight that there's $230,000 more on the table. That might result in that number dropping down to 1 million. That as other realities come in, I think the budget we saw was a little lower. The superintendent posted on the website several different versions of a budget. I'm not sure which one we're supposed to be looking at. So I think there needs to be clarity there. But on the other end of the budget, I do want to speak to this for a moment. We talk about what the town manager has presented, and we look at the entire needs of the community. Last year, we committed roughly $1.4 million back to the taxpayer through the abatement process. And if we can summarize what happened last year in one probably sentence or a couple words: bad and inadequate data. So for the town manager to propose a data collector into the assessor's office, that makes a lot of sense. That we need to have better data on our properties to keep the tax revenue coming in. We can't afford any more years where 1.3 million is going back to homeowners. It just makes sense to have a data collector. We think about having grant services. This is contracted services, $50,000. We expect this to pay for itself many times over. For the police department, we already have an overnight desk position. With the movement to creating a lieutenant role, fully offset, and it provides advancement opportunity for an officer, provides a higher level of service overnight as our community has grown, and again, fully offset with other changes. The library adding 4 hours, to retain critical personnel, that to me it's pretty self-explanatory, and it's a teen librarian. And then the mill site manager at the Council of Aging, again, our senior population is about 30% of our community, and they receive less than 1% of the budget, and nutrition really matters as you age. So I don't think that we do ourselves any service here, and again, all these things come to $150,157. And that's also IT admin. IT admin, data collector, grant services, police lieutenant, library 4 hours, mill site manager, $150,000, $150,157. To me, that's money well spent. So I'm going to support an override, and I'm going to vote against it. I won't be at town meeting. I've made that pretty clear, unfortunately, but I will be at the ballot, and I will not be supporting an override. I think that we've done a great job on the town side of making do with what we have. Is it enough? No. But that's why we do 10-year staffing plans. That's why we take really different, we're all hit by peaked costs. All of us are affected by it. So it's a tough situation to be in. If the voters, I think, if the voters of Lunenburg and the school department and other residents want to make the case to residents to spend an extra $267 on average per house, they can make that argument. But I think that there's a lot of people who are in tough situations that are going to unfortunately have to vote with their pocketbook and are going to vote no. And me being one of them. So it sounds like what I heard tonight was Caesar, Renee, Caesar supporting an override going onto the warrant and to the ballot. I'm supporting it as well. I heard Selectman Franco support it. I heard Selectman Imke support it. And I heard Selectman Alonso support it with conditions. That means that the Select Board will be putting a warrant on the article for an override, and we will be adding it as a ballot question. So what's incumbent upon us over the next week or so is to get clarity on what the dollar amount is. We will ask the town, I will ask the town manager. We've heard the request that we don't want this to be a school override. I'll ask the town manager if there are additional things that she'd like to make sure gets added into this. And then next week we can regroup on this and hopefully have better numbers and figure out what the path ahead is and what we're asking for. But again, I don't want to be negative here. I just don't see how many people can afford that to do it.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Of course.
So is it a correct assumption that we will go into town meeting with a balanced budget proposing a balanced budget.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We can't not
Yeah,
propose
okay,
a
good,
balanced.
okay.
Well, we
Yeah.
can, but I
No, I
support
don't- yeah.
only a balanced budget. I agree with Mr. Alonso that asking the town manager to write a secondary budget, maybe, I don't want to read tea leaves here. I know that there's a lot of passion behind this. I went through the school system. I really credit Lunenburg Schools for a lot of my own success in life, and I don't want to hurt any other child out there. But I think I don't know I don't know the pathway to success here is what it is, but I think asking the town manager to create a secondary town budget overall as an alternative, I agree with Mr. Alonso that that may not be a reasonable request, but I fully support only a balanced budget going before the town. And maybe the scenario is if the override passes.
Then we have a surplus.
And the ballot passes.
And the ballot
Then we have a
special town meeting.
Then we have a second,
Right.
we have an additional town meeting in the summer
Yep.
to appropriate those additional funds.
Yep.
If I could add a couple of thoughts. I think it makes a lot of sense if this is going to happen, to speak of it in terms of being a town override and not a school override, because the reality is that even if we do it with the intent of just helping the schools in the first year, it's illusory, because after that, by the second year, it's not earmarked like that anymore, well, categorized or siloed like that anymore. So taking that approach right from the outset mirrors reality going into the future. And so I do think that if it's going to happen, that's the soundest way to do it.
Selectman Nuzzolo, I know we kind of had the opportunity after you to offer a lot of thoughts here, so I just want to turn back to you with any opinions or thoughts you had.
Well, I did have a question regarding the procedure after Mr. Alonso's comment. So I'm under the impression, after reading the state website, that we are the only board that can actually put forth the Proposition 2.5 related question, whether it's an override or whatever. So I don't understand how, even if the Finance Committee wanted to, how they could, or if it were to be as a warrant at town meeting, because I don't believe that town meeting has the authority to do this either. So I just wanted some clarification on
May I
that.
answer, Mr. Chair?
Of course.
Well, if you want to answer, go ahead.
You want to jump in here?
So a citizen petition could go on the annual town meeting warrant. The select board is the only body that can put a ballot question forward. So an override question could potentially pass if there's no associated ballot question contingent on that. We would need to have either a special town meeting and would need to have a ballot. But if the town meeting question passed in that respect and the ballot failed, that town meeting original vote stands. So we would at some point need to come up with a balanced budget before the tax rate is set. So that would be my comment to the board, is how I would envision it, is there would be an article like we normally have with a balanced budget, and the secondary article would be the surplus for an override, for anything in addition to that balanced budget. And I would recommend that it would be a contingent vote, so it would be if town meeting passed that article, a ballot vote would be required to pass as well. So we wouldn't be left in that predicament where we would have to be calling a special town meeting to make major cuts if a ballot vote failed.
I'm completely in support of that approach. So that would be number one. To answer Mr. Nuzzolo's question in a little different way, to fully implement an override, it's a two-step process. You need to appropriate the money, which is a town meeting article, and then you have to pass it at the ballot. It doesn't matter which one comes first, but they have to be done together within a certain period of time for it to be enabled. So generally what happens in our town is that we pass a town meeting warrant article, and then we have the ballot, which is 2 weeks later. If the ballot would fail, the Board of Selectmen could, or the Select Board could call another ballot. You could have multiple ballots, and you have, if you pass an override at an annual town meeting, you have to, I think, September 14th to pass the ballot. So you can do multiple times to do it. But that's why this process, but the ballot question is the only thing that is completely controlled by the select board. No, there is no citizens petition or any other way to get it on the ballot.
And so to get the ballot on for our May election, it has to be submitted by, what do we,
It's
March
60 days.
19th?
Yeah.
Say that
Well,
again?
we have 60 days before the election.
Yeah, which I think we calculated was March 19th. The warrant closes March 18th. So the warrant article and the ballot question have to match. They have to be the same number.
And that's 2 meetings from now.
Mm-hmm.
And it requires a vote.
Well,
so
it's less than
before
2
the
meetings for the warrant. Oh,
It's next week.
the 18th. So
It's
it's
on a
2 weeks
Monday.
from yesterday.
Yep, 18th's on a Monday, so we would I need to vote on this next week. Well, I mean, we can always put a placeholder on and finalize the numbers. I think we have until April the 2nd to really finalize the numbers.
Oh, do we?
Am I correct in that?
To vote on the warrant and the
warrant.
recommendations that goes to the printer. The 60 days is the policy that was passed by the board a few years ago. So it's, that 60 days is providing enough time for the question to be submitted to the town clerk, because then it has to get also printed on the ballot, so they need enough time to do that, and it also would have to obviously go in the booklet that gets mailed out. So that's all factoring in all the time it takes to do all those processes.
So cut off for the numbers the 19th. That's the last possible day, is that right?
So it's what?
I don't think it's the
2 weeks from
19th.
today.
I think 60 days was,
Yeah, it had already come
this
and
week.
gone.
60 days, wait.
Would be
I thought-
this week, if May
Yeah.
4th is the town meeting.
Oh, wait.
Mhm. But that's a
Why do I
a
have the
guidance,
19th
it's
in my head? For the
policy.
election,
So,
the ballot.
Yeah.
yeah,
So,
the ballots haven't been printed yet.
yeah. All right, so next steps on this, we need, modifications from the town, if there are any, to what additional funds we would seek in this override. And, I just want to comment. I mean, if the town manager is coming forward and saying, we have a budget to make do, I mean, I have a problem with government reaching out to the taxpayers saying, how about we get more money that we didn't say we really needed because politically it might be a better pill to swallow. I mean, to me, that's a recipe for failure in and of itself. But in other words, if we haven't arrived at this point with the town manager saying we need more funds for the town departments non-school to arbitrarily add some in, so that way it looks better. I think people will see right through that.
No, well, to answer that, I would answer exactly what I answered the Personnel Committee. I want the opportunity for the town, if they're going to have an override, I want the town to have an opportunity saying, wait, there are things we didn't put in and I stretched, because if I know we're doing this, we'll add incrementally to that. I mean, not to pad. I don't want anybody to get the impression, and nor would I support anything that looks like obvious padding of budgets. But if there are things that we would be looking at that we could put in thinking, hey, we're going to be at that point at some point, then I think that's a fair assessment. But I will comment on one other thing. I mean, and this is to the people supporting it, because what we've heard is like, well, I want to do the democratic thing. I will say 2 things to that. First of all, we're represented, we live in a representative government, and presumably you ask people to represent you for a certain regard, so it's kind of a catch-22. It's like, well, represent us when you have to provide leadership, but then listen to us when you want to. It's kind of an odd thing. But I'm willing to forego that and say, you know what, I'll let the people decide. But if you have, already one member of the board just clearly objecting, and who knows what else is going, and we've had some public comments kind of objecting, that not having town leadership behind this 100% is going to be, and I don't want to pull any punches, a huge uphill battle. So, that is my concern about putting it on the budget, because at some point, I've said when we put it on last time and it failed, and we put it on the time before that and it failed, at some point we're going to need it, and if you it's not poisoning the well, but if you give people a bad taste and then you come back next year saying, hey, we need it for real, I think somebody used the thing about crying wolf, and that could be, it's not necessarily crying wolf, but it's like, what didn't you understand last year when we voted on this? Like, maybe our voice wasn't clear enough. And that happened in town, by the way. There were like 3 override questions in 1 year, in one 13-month span, I believe. And they just got louder. So.
I mean, I think, Tom, that I think we should often exercise, you know, I think this, that I think we should often exercise our ability to not add things to the warrant. I know that people come forward sometimes, and I think we have the ability outside of citizens' petitions to say no. And I think it's a right we should exercise. I think in this case, I agree with you. I think when town leadership is, when members, I don't think anyone on this board said that we support an override as far as voting for it personally. I think we all.
Either way.
I said I was not there. I said I just need, I need the data.
So we had questions, right? I mean, we had questions, I need more information, and then I'm a strong no, right? So, I mean, that's.
I want to point out, by the way, for the record, that even at the school committee meeting, that was not a unanimous vote, because the person who objected because there wasn't a number. So that's where I am. I'm in exactly that position. I am not saying yes or no. I'm saying, if you asked me today to put a pin in it, I couldn't, because I don't have a number. So I support that position. That's where I am. I'm not saying I can't get there if somebody gives a number and explains it by the 18th, 19th. But I think that's an important, principle to have. I'm not going to say, yes, I support it, when I don't even know what I'm supporting except words. I'm supporting a tax increase, but I don't know the magnitude of that increase. I don't know exactly what it's for, and I don't know exactly how it got here.
Yep.
I hate to get all idealistic on everybody's hiney, but.
Did you actually use the word hiney?
But let's, you used the term, I was listening very carefully. You said, when government reaches out to the taxpayers for more money. Well, let's just remember something. In our town meeting form of government, the taxpayers, the people that show up at town meeting are the legislative branch. They are the government.
Yeah.
And on a big question like this, and it's also a purse strings question, and if you want to model it roughly, I mean, I know it doesn't roughly because it's a town meeting form of government, but the Congress is in charge of the purse strings, and analogously speaking, town meeting is the Congress.
Yeah.
So.
No, I certainly recognize that town meeting is the government, that we are an executive to help administer that in between those town meetings, but we do everything based upon the will of the people. Again, I mean, sometimes language isn't exactly perfect, but I think that my concern is when we come before the town and say, that if we're going to ask for funding, so far this is being brought about from school needs. In the absence of school needs, I don't think we would be having this conversation. So, I mean, we got to be real about that. And so if we're going to look at the school needs and identify the other needs that we can accelerate, and that way we can choose a better word rather than pad. But if we want to look at the things that the town wants to accelerate from things that are already planned, I mean, like I said, I think the voters will come out, and I think that many parents are going to make a very passionate argument over the next couple months of why this needs to happen, why the school systems have provided such great education, how these cuts are going to be tragic, how this funding is going to be used. And I think that, and I started tonight by saying Mandy's an incredibly bright person, and when she talks, listen. And I have no doubt that Mandy's going to give this 100% of what she has, and the parents that she has clearly worked well to pull together on her team. And I mean, there is going to be a very robust campaign. And I feel really confident that the message will get out there and that people will have the right information to make an informed decision. I just come with the caveat that I see a pathway, and representing all residents of Lunenburg, I understand that there are going to be some real challenges in many people's lives to be able to say, I agree with this and I can afford it. You know, it is two different questions. Do you agree with it? If the question is, do I agree with the schools having more funding? If everything that they were proposing was within if that 1.2 million wasn't a gap and was within their budget, you wouldn't have any complaints from me. But what you support and what you will pay for are not necessarily one and the same. And so asking people to pay for something that's above inflation, it's going to be hard, but not impossible.
I just think this underscores, too, all the constituencies that are involved here. We can't pretend to adequately represent all the constituencies that are involved here. There are countervailing forces, opposed forces here. There's the need, on the one hand, by parents and students who are in the school, and let's face it, every citizen, because I've said this, and I said it at a school committee, and I say it repeatedly, I never liked, and nobody made that argument here, and that's good, that, you know, I don't like when I see, say, on social media, the argument that we don't have kids in the school system, we're not customers of the school system.
Oh.
I don't like that model. We are all customers of the school system as a society. As a society, we have an obligation to educate the young, the youth, so that they can be productive citizens. When retirees get up to retirement age, the tax base comes from productive working members of society. That's a very pragmatic approach. And also, as I said at the school committee meeting, that in the system of government we have of self-governance depends upon an educated populace. So we're all customers of it. And I say this as a person. I supported the new school. Voted our family, my wife and I, $1,000, $1,200 a year tax increase for the new school. My son has never set foot in a Lunenburg public school. But I support these schools with my wallet, with our wallets, because that's the approach I take. You know, I mean, most children are going to get educated in the public schools. We have a duty as the current custodians of society to make sure we pay it forward, period. Now, where the heck was I going with this?
It's 10 o'clock, Tim.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, no, we have these various constituencies. This could hurt some people. So what I would recommend is people have to come into the arena. The parties with different interests, with different perspectives on this, just have to mash it up in the arena, and democracy will bear it out. If it's going to hurt certain constituencies, those constituencies must mobilize in force and oppose it, and just it'll go where it goes.
Yeah, I will say I'm not in vocal opposition beyond our meetings to this. There's nothing I'm going to do to not get it to vote. I think that many people will be silent and just vote. And, you know, they'll just vote.
But high numbers may turn out.
Yeah, oh yeah. An override, oh yeah.
If history in Lunenburg shows, yeah.
A lot of people will be
at the
there.
ballot.
A lot of people will be there.
I don't know how many people showed up for the primary today, but it'll be much higher than that.
A lot of people are going to show up. All right, so.
Just as if anybody proposing it, please, if we can avoid just one thing. Lou said, you know, hey, I don't have children in school, so I'm not for it. Please don't equate the tax increase to how many cups of coffee it is a week. Okay? It will inevitably happen.
Yes.
Please, please, please don't do it. If there was ever a losing argument, that would be it. So that's my one, pro 2.5 override tip of the day.
Yeah. I've always hated that argument too, because I'm down for 172 cups of coffee a day. As it is, right?
Yeah, and reasonable people, I say often, reasonable people disagree. School and education. I mean, these are people's. This is children, right? I mean, children are embodiment of someone's relationship. They're an embodiment of the future. Two parents usually are trying to build together. They represent a lot of promise. I need the kids that other people are having to be my future doctors and caretakers. And
lawyers too.
And lawyers and, well, I don't know about that a little bit. But I do need other people's kids to be there for me. It's part of how the society works, and I do strongly support the children. I just, again, this is the conversation, and I think, I'm not sure which member said it right, it's not about values here. That's I think you said this, Selectman Imke. It's not about your values, that it's values and pocketbook. And it's what people can reasonably afford. And I met with the resident in the grocery store yesterday who was commenting on how, she had to sell her house and can't really afford to live here anymore. And now as a resident on Whiting Street in the senior affordable housing area, but just, that she just couldn't afford the increases, just couldn't afford it. And that the town she loves the town, but she just can't afford it. And we have to keep that in mind too, that there are many people who have the value systems that say, I want to do everything I can do for kids. I want to do everything I can do to make sure we have the best school system we can possibly have. But that's not always why people vote the way they vote.
So, Mr. Chair, are we not voting on this tonight?
No.
And I'm assuming, I'm not here next week. Are we not voting on it next week? Will it be weighted to the last?
I mean, if we take a vote tonight for an override, we don't have a dollar amount. So, I mean, what are we voting for? I think that in sentiment, we've agreed to add this to the warrant and the ballot in sentiment, but I think we need to shape up. We need more information. We need more information on what's actually needed. And again, with new numbers coming in, I know that the emails have said 1.2 million. That number could now be 800 and something. So we don't know.
Can somebody explain to me, because I'm getting lost in this 60-day thing. I mean, aren't we like pretty close to this 60 days right now?
I mean.
Yes, 60 days, that's what we just talked about.
I know, no, that's what I'm, so.
It's our policy that clearly we're not going to be able to comply with.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at, because I'm doing the math here, and we got about, an hour and 45 minutes left.
So when is?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
2 months, we will be 60 days before the ballot question, which is the election is on the 19th.
Oh, the 18th of May.
Right.
So it's March 18th.
Right, yeah,
So we're within the policy if we do it on, we'd be 1 day out if we did it on the 19th.
Yeah, that was the original date I had, and then I got the town meeting.
No, this is for ballot
Yeah, right,
questions.
I got the town meeting date stuck in my head. Okay.
Yeah, we can talk about this next week. I know you're not here, Tom, but I'm okay formalizing it. If we're day 59, I don't have a problem with day 59. Does anyone have a problem with day 59?
No.
No? Okay. So we'll, all right.
Excuse me?
The 25th is the caucus.
Yeah, I don't know how that is.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone at home who just heard that, the comment was that we're not going to have the candidates for our ballot by the.
I think
60 days
ballot
out,
questions,
because
I think,
caucus was
go
pushed.
through another level of scrutiny, that's why. Like ballot, nominees are nominees, and as long as you have the paperwork, there's nothing else that has to happen, so.
Yeah.
I believe that's the case, but that may not be correct.
Yep.
Yeah. I've sent an email to the town clerk, so.
All right. And I want to go a little further here. I think that any additional steps, any additional funding that comes in between now and the time that this goes to town meeting, I think I'd like for us to formally advise the town manager to ensure that all overages are being directed toward the school department.
I don't have any problem with that. I will say that the lion's share of all new revenue went to the school department already, but I have no problem supporting that notion to try to defray as much as we can, yes.
Are we all in agreement on that? Selectman Nazolo, yes?
Yes.
Okay, I see us all nodding here.
Yes.
We're all in agreement on that.
Yes.
That any additional savings we identify, that we will direct them toward the school department to help offset any overages here.
I was actually thinking, and I don't know if now's a good time or not, but I was thinking of ARPA money.
We're not supposed to use it for operational needs.
Not for things like computers or one-time, these earmarks, kind of.
Did we ever get an answer for that 101,000?
Yes, I thought we did.
Yeah.
I mean,
For-
interest.
The
Yeah.
interest.
How do we?
Oh, yes.
Can you remind me what that was?
The interest is
101
part of ARPA money.
Okay.
Correct, yeah.
So we're up to, I think, 165, 166.
Yes.
Yep, so 166 available. The schools have in their technology budget pretty significant cost. So I think that next week, as we talk through this, let's see if we can,
And if I can add to
Provide the
that,
ARPA funding to
because
that.
I had a conversation with the superintendent and the school committee chair, and I recommended that they submit an article to pull out the network equipment cost, because that could be something that could be paid for free cash
Yep.
and wouldn't affect the operating budget because it's a one-time expense, so using non-recurring revenues for that. So I think they'll be submitting an article for that, because we do have an unallocated portion of free cash in excess of what I would recommend fall to next year's free cash.
All right.
So we're
That
chipping away a little
was
bit.
earmarked for monetary articles.
Okay.
I am aware that we'll probably be receiving an article from the Board of Assessors to change the exemption amount or exemption age for low-income seniors from 70 to 65. So that obviously will have an impact. So that's why in my town manager budget report said Monty Tech we need to make sure that number is finalized. I believe the number we have in there is pretty firm. And any other unknown adjustments to the budget. And that one would affect the overlay. We'd have to increase the overlay estimate because that would have to be covered by that. So I'm getting I have a preliminary number from them of the impact, but I haven't received anything in writing.
All right. Well, that's all good stuff. I mean, I think, we've all put a lot of thought into this and how we can help out. And I think what we've, just in conversation tonight, looking at that 1.2 million, I mean, that's already dropped down about 400 grand from what I'm kind of back of the napkin calculating, which is.
Two more meetings and we'll be done.
Yeah, I mean,
If we got
Gotta
our
look at the sofa cushions.
40S money back, we'd be all set.
All right, so I did have one other thought, which was looking through the budget and spending this much time looking through the school budget, and again, kind of surprised at how much great work they do with limited school supplies. I really had no idea how low some of those numbers really are. But it seems to me that we're being duplicitous in certain areas, and I think that there's opportunity for synergy. HR. School has their own HR department. On the town side, we have HR, who's also our assistant town manager, who's also our procurement kind of RFP kind of specialist. There may be an opportunity, and I don't know if you guys have talked about this, there may be an opportunity to save some funds by consolidating some roles. It seems as if IT, that we have two separate systems here, and I don't know why that's true. The same system that needs to work for the adults who work for the town needs to be just as good as what's for the kids who go to school here, and vice versa. If the system that the schools have is better, then we need to figure out how we can jump on that. So IT, to me, should be under one umbrella, and I will keep coming back to this point about maintenance and buildings. Maintenance and buildings are a town thing. I've said many times, the town does not have a problem with what to do with old buildings. We have a problem with what to do with old schools. It's the schools that we vacated that have cost us a lot of money to figure out what to do with. We need to be on the same page of music when it comes to a building strategy. And so I do think that while there should be some more conversation about how to bring building maintenance under the same umbrella, without degrading services to the schools, and then also keeping in mind that the school committee has a very specific charge in the charter as it relates to their buildings. Is there a way to be better together when it comes to buildings? Certainly not taking control away, but to share personnel, share some leadership. But that's really what stood out to me, was I saw a lot of numbers on HR, IT, and buildings. And again, if I can stress today one key point, that the $50,000 that are being pulled out of maintenance, please, please, please add that back in. That you've given 4 budgets that demonstrate what you're going to do, and I believe it was 2 budgets that show that cut, and the last 2 budgets did not. I would just urge that every taxpayer is made better by every dollar you spend maintaining a property, and that's not, the $10 we need to spend replacing it. So please, please, please find that money, that $50,000, to go back into maintenance.
As a guy who puts nearly 300,000 miles on cars, I concur with that thinking. Maintenance always pays.
Always.
Always. Many times over.
All right.
I thought the takeaway was listen to Mandy.
All right. Carol, while you're here, you or Peter, I don't know if either one of you guys want to offer any commentary.
We would be upset if that didn't happen.
That would be helpful to kind of the numbers. I know that you're going to have some public comments here, but anything that is constructive, that'd be helpful here.
I can respond to it.
Please, Carol.
Carol Ashambo, School Committee Chair. I can respond to the number issue will be settled tomorrow evening. It has to be. We don't have any more time. So as far as the number for an override, that would be settled tomorrow evening. As far as people, we've had so many budgets come through because different people have asked her to make up different budgets. And she started with the 2.5%, and then it was 2.97, but I told her to make it 3. And then she developed one based on needs. Then she was asked to develop one level serviced, and then level service minus ESSER. I guess that would be a major comment of mine, is that the ESSER costs were definitely planned for. We knew we were going to lose 12 positions. That was no surprise to anybody. We didn't know we were going to lose 27. However, we did have that figured out in November, and we started talking about it at our meetings. And perhaps it was my fault that I didn't go to every board in town and explain that, because we had liaisons, and we figured that that message was getting out. Apparently, it was not getting out loud and clear. So I will take the blame for that one. But it was mentioned at every school committee meeting, starting the first one in November, because we knew this was going to be trouble. So if we go from there, as far as the maintenance goes, you will see there are definite increases in our maintenance lines.
Yes.
And those are there because these buildings can't fall apart. And tomorrow evening at our school committee meeting, our maintenance director will go through what is broken everywhere, or not everywhere, but as much as he can in a reasonable amount of time, and what the costs are to fix that we are trying to find in a budget that has no extra money in it. That will happen. As far as duplicated things between the town and the school, our HR director, of course we don't have one now, but when we did, was also the business manager. That was a dual role that worked really well in our situation. Our business manager left because he found a position that pays more. What happens to the people in the town happens to the people here. We've had an open ELA position all year. We don't pay enough. No one will come and do it. We can't pay more. So, so that I can see. Discussions about putting IT together or putting maintenance together, I'm not thrilled with doing either one of those things, but those are certainly reasonable discussions that should be had after the budget season is done. We can't be doing it now. But after the budget season, I certainly have no problem with doing that. But my other comments, I mean, I've gone through and I've made all kinds of notes, and it's like, looks like my husband's handwriting here. It's such a mess. But I guess my comment is I appreciate the extra funds, because yesterday when we spoke with the town manager, she didn't have that much extra funds, so she had a good day. You need to have more days like that. Yeah. So we greatly appreciate that, and that is going to help, and that will make adjustments in our budget, which means the superintendent, who I don't know if she was on the call tonight, but she's going to be busy making another budget.
They're sitting behind
Sitting
you.
right there. Oh, I didn't even see you. I didn't even see her come in, so she knows she's got more work to do. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, that's how late it is. She's sitting in front of the superintendent and didn't even know.
I didn't even notice. Well, I pay attention. So, but apparently not to who's behind me. So, so I do appreciate that. And I guess that's the last of my comment the other comment I was going to make is, after tomorrow evening school committee, if anybody sits through that meeting and still does not understand something, please call me, and I will come and visit you and go through it with you and get those answers. What would you?
How do you look for coffee on Friday?
Coffee's fine, anytime.
We'll see.
I'll even make a muffin. But I don't want anybody to make a decision that they don't understand what the situation is. And I'm more than happy to help people to figure that out, because there has been a lot of budgets flying around. There's no question. And now there'll be another.
Thank you, Karen.
Okay?
And I also want to clarify while you're here. I think that in almost all of my comments tonight about not, I think had a $1.2 million number in my head. I think if we start talking about $300,000, $400,000, to me that's a much different conversation with the general public at large than asking for over $1 million. And I think you start to the work that happens between now and whenever we get this on the warrant. It is really important. To try to see everything we can do to come up with something reasonable, because I think that also demonstrates to Mr. and Mrs. Joe Public that what is being asked is as conservative and reasonable as possible. So thank you, Karen.
All right.
All right. We need to go to prioritize request to state delegation for advocacy. Any other comments from the board on override for this evening? We seem to know what the next steps are. All right. Prioritize requests to state delegation. When do we need to give this to them?
Margaret, Representative Scarsdale, needs it tomorrow. So. All right. Yeah. She actually emailed me tonight.
Oh, it was. Okay. So we have the a document in our drive, which are the.
Those were from more legislative type priorities, not. If we're looking at
and
earmarks.
we also have the request directly. Do you have the secondary document that came over from, I have the ones from the school committee. Let me just pull it up.
No.
Well, do we have potential earmarks? I don't see that as a document in here.
I did not create a list, but I can go walk through some of the projects on our capital plan that I would recommend.
Yep.
Give me a second.
While you're doing that, I'll go over the school's request. So we did receive from the school committee and school department requests for earmarks. The first was for cybersecurity upgrades, the amount of $82,119, and that's upgrades to servers and switches are required to provide a base level of cybersecurity for the school department network. They also have product number 2 is 911 compliance upgrades to $63,676. And this is upgrades in each school are required for our phone systems to be 911 compliant. And there's a cost breakdown by school, the most expensive being Turkey Hill Elementary at $35,000, almost $36,000, the primary school at almost $12,000, and then the middle school at a little over $15,500. The third product is for Chromebook replacement for MCAS admin, and that request is $102,300. And then there's a breakdown of cost on this one, which is basically, I'll read it. The district issues a new Chromebook to each student entering grade 6. The students retain their device until they exit grade 8. At that time, the devices are returned to the district. And then the district issues a new Chromebook to all students entering grade 9, and the students retain their device until they graduate. And then the district also purchases additional Chromebooks annually to replace worn or outdated devices at the elementary school. And so that's how they kind of explain those requests, which come in at $49,600 for the middle, for the grade 6, $37,200 for grade 9, that's $1,000, and $15,500 for the general replacement, for again a total of $102,300. Yes.
There were 3 projects, because Representative Scarsdale said to keep it within, I believe it was between 20 and 50,000 is the most realistic target. So there were 3 projects that I identified. and ones that aren't in the recommended capital plan for fiscal +25. That was for the police department, for the Milo Advanced Training Simulation System for $33,910. For the DPW North Cemetery Expansion Area for $50,000. And the DPW Cemetery Headstone Restoration Project for $38,500. Those were ones I saw as higher priority, and I think were ones that would be most likely to be funded for earmark requests.
So, I mean, I know that schools and 911 is to me, that is going to grab a lot of people's attention. And I think we should prioritize the 911 compliance upgrades as request number 1. I think that's going to be hard to say no to, getting school, on the legislative side, right? Getting schools to be compliant with 911, making sure that calls are made and that they're going to their dispatch appropriately and that all the information that's needed goes over with it. Thinking about what you just said, I think that one sounds like something that other legislators may get behind, as well as the police, for sure. Anything public safety usually gets their attention.
I'm fine with those priorities, but realistically, in a budget season that had 9C cuts already, I think that the chance of getting any earmarks is very low.
And did you see today the announcement that they're looking for $275 million? I think that's the number they were saying, to support the refugees.
Yeah. That should be a request from places higher than Boston.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm fine with that priority list. I think that the Milo, the 911 and the Milo one would be my first two. And, I would think that the headstone restoration should probably go to the Mass Historical Commission for funding. There got to be grants from the Mass Historical Commission that would be of interest. So I would not place that high because I think there are other places to go for that, for grants.
Yeah. I don't think cemetery expansion's going to be treated very high either, so maybe those cybersecurity upgrades should be our third one.
Cybersecurity. By the way, Mr. Chair, just as a jumping off point, one of the reasons why you keep IT towns separate from schools is schools have a lot more overhead and a lot more regulations from the state because they involve children and private data, et cetera, that the town, don't have the same stringent compliance requirements. And so they're two different skill sets, they're two different envelopes that you're looking at, and they're very different.
Just for clarification, the cybersecurity is also the article that will be submitted to be paid out of free cash.
Okay.
Right.
All right, well, hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you get two shots.
Want to make sure the board
is
aware.
entering the lottery twice.
All right.
Yeah.
So, okay. So that's 911, police, Milo, cybersecurity upgrades. Okay. I don't think we need a formal vote. Are we all in agreement on this?
Yes.
Fine.
Okay. All right. We're getting to the end here. Lou, what's the record?
1056 is the record since I've been on.
Yeah,
right,
that's not
we
the
are
record.
going to beat it tonight.
There's been longer ones. It's probably, I don't think we've ever gone into the next day, but we've gotten close.
Yeah. I feel like I'm going to
Not
pass
too
out.
long ago, you pulled the plug on me 7 minutes short of breaking the record, so please don't do that again.
I'm trying. All right, minutes, warrants, and action items.
What are we doing here?
Oh, no, I'm just passing down. These are the first thing I'm passing on are letters that I signed for members who have resigned. We have an accounts payable warrant, in the amount of $343,342.32. Just want to make sure that's everything. Yes, okay. Do we have any action items this evening?
Yes.
Yes.
One of the other wonderful outcomes of the site visits was the right-in-your-face encroachments on town property. So there was a flagrant encroachment of a paved area that I paced out is approximately 80 feet by 10 feet deep of somebody paved over the town property off Fire Road 12 and has a boat and a boat trailer, an empty trailer, their vehicle, and firewood all stacked on this area. In researching to it, it was found that they were given by our town council a notice of encroachment that has never been followed through. So I would like to see that followed through, because we can't have people just paving over property that they feel they can. And we should make sure that this is the second notice, even though the other notice was like 2 years ago.
2021.
3 years ago. So we want to put this on the list to not go away this time.
Okay.
It is
Has the
displeasing that it was ignored the first time.
Okay.
So that would be my action item, Mr. Chair.
I concur. We also noted on 51 Parmenter that the owner was expected to reseed the area that they have not reseeded. They have a fence that they have now moved over that was not previously on our property that now is. And that's that white fence they just built relatively recently, and that seems to be also an encroachment. And we previously had the whole thing staked, and the shed.
The shed is
and
still
the
not
shed.
moved.
The shed that was moved for all this work and then put back after it was done, that is clearly sitting on town property. So that was also on 51 Parmenter. All right. Any other action items? Committee reports.
I have one. School committee met, no. We had a stormwater task force meeting, where Nick Christofori, did I say that right? From CEI, how do you say it?
Christofori.
Christofori, presented on, stormwater maintenance, what other towns have done, and so on. So the next step is that Nick is going to work with our DPW director to look at, propose a goal for annual revenue for a stormwater utility program. And there will have to be an extensive public outreach to inform the public of a stormwater utility, what it does, why you may need one, and so on. So it's starting to move again. And I think we meet in a couple weeks.
Okay.
FinCom meets on Thursday. They will be hearing from, let me just get this on my phone here.
It's school.
So DPW and facilities on Thursday.
Oh, no school.
They meet with school next week. So, and I think probably they'll have some override discussion again, my guess. And then I should also comment, because it was brought up, I think at the FinCom, or maybe it was at the school committee, about whether the capital planning committee has reconvened. And the answer is it hasn't. And as chair, the reason I haven't is because of all this discussion and the length of these meetings. That what we would be doing is looking at the 5-year and 10-year plan, which can certainly wait until we get these things settled at this point. I have not forgotten. I am not intentionally putting it off for any reason other than everybody's attention, because everybody on that committee is, except for the member at large, is on another committee. So they're really embroiled in the budget issue. So that will be coming up. I have not forgotten it. Thank you.
Okay, so 300th anniversary committee met last Monday. And one of the discussions was, well, one of the recurring discussions is sort of trying to identify a large parcels where, or a large parcel where we can, in the future, not just for the 300th anniversary celebrations, but just in general, have large gatherings like we used to be able to have, like where the old bonfires were. So, and maybe to bring back the bonfire, something that would be suitable for purposes like that. So it has to be large and not hilly. And so one parcel that came up, and for a possible site walk, I know you love the site walks, Tom.
Oh, yeah.
There's a 64-acre parcel that's town parcel.
Oh, West Street?
It's on Northfield Road.
Yep.
Yeah. That was discussed. So I mean, let's get through the budget season, but because it's 5 years away, right? Or 4 years away, but at some point, maybe putting that down for some sort of a site walk to check out the suitability of that location. All right?
For?
For these large gatherings, like
Okay, gotcha.
bonfires and things like this. That was that. Prospectively, there's the master plan steering committee meeting in this room at 6 o'clock on Thursday, and it necessarily has to be short because this room has to be free for finance at 7. So, but this one isn't like a this one isn't like where the public comes and comments on. I mean, you can always come to them, but it's not one of the ones that gets put out where they're going to have the model set up and, where they're getting the public input on particular questions. But the public is, of course, always welcome to every meeting. So I'm just announcing that.
Okay. All right. Upcoming meetings, we have public comments next. We're meeting next week. 2 members will not be here, and so it's looking like Selectman Imke. It's going to be you and I. and then we're meeting again on March 19th, and then again April the 2nd. As we look ahead, are there any meetings that members are aware of? We know next week, but are there any other meetings members are aware of that they're going to miss? In between this month and next?
I don't know if I'm going to be back in time on April 9th. What is?
9th.
The 9th. I will be coming back from a trip, so I don't know if I'll be back in time. I have to figure that out.
Okay.
I will try my best to be here back by 7.
Okay.
I will be absent from the meeting of May 21st and every meeting thereafter.
All right, and sadly, I know I've said it before, I will not be at town meeting in May, and I will not be at the May 7th meeting either. Okay. All right, we're going to go to public comments from the town manager. Any public comments this evening from the town manager?
Just a response to the action item, particularly on the 0 Shirley Road, Reservoir Road one. That trespass notice directed those 2 individuals that paved the road to the Conservation Commission, and that they were supposed to cease and desist from using or entering the town land, to file a NOI with the Conservation Commission within 30 days of receipt of letter, remove the blacktop, and fully restore the town land to the natural state to be carried out at their cost and expense. And the Lunenburg Conservation Commission would review their submittal. And the chair of the conservation at that time was aware and on that letter as well. So I will have to follow up with what happened on the conservation side of where that was left off.
I just don't want it, I mean, I am not a big fan, as I probably has been clear when these things come up, of people just openly flouting rules. I'm just not a big fan. I mean, this is not like, oh, you're 5 feet on or 2 feet on your property. Like, they paved 800 to 900 square feet of town property.
On the shore of a lake.
Right, on the shore of a lake. So, it just takes a lot of audacity to do something like that. And then to ignore the thing, and so I will be unrelenting in bringing this up.
No, I think conservation, though, is limited, as I understand it, to 2 years, right? From the time they become aware of an issue to the time they have to act on it, because it's something that's come up in other contexts. I don't know, I thought Mary said 2 years.
No.
Only if you file.
Okay, so only if you file. Thank you, Paul.
Right.
All right.
The
So-
NOI.
Got it. So there's a filing that triggers the timeline. Got it. Okay. Any public comments from the public?
I will be very brief.
No, you have 3 minutes.
Number one, I just want to say, hopefully you're nice to those people, because I don't know if you guys know, but you built on my land next door.
We know.
Sure.
Our walkway is
Oh, yeah,
fully
your ramp
encroaching.
I did not know.
is on my
We should
property.
cease and desist.
I'm not doing anything because I'm really okay with it, but when they put the stakes out in my property, part of the town hall is on my land, so. Anyway, so I'm here to thank you guys. I know you had a very robust discussion today. I appreciate all your work on this. And I just, I think there's a lot still to be talked about. The one thing I would say is, maybe process isn't perfect. Government process is never perfect. In my humble experience in working in government, that process, you can get bogged down in a lot of process stuff and you can lose out on opportunity. So I just don't want us to lose out on an opportunity that we really need. And the other thing is, when the superintendent's proposed, I don't mean to speak for her and I won't speak for her, but when you look at the budget, she's proposing cutting music and phys ed because she doesn't want 30 kindergartners in a classroom. I mean, that's basically, you either cut not phys ed, you cut, the athletic director, or you cut teachers who teach students, right? And so who wants to be in a kindergarten class with 25, 30 kids? So she has never said that, but when you look at the numbers, that's kind of part of the reality of what a school budget is. It's all personnel. So, so thank you all. Appreciate you. And I'll let you go because it's almost 11.
Yep, we're breaking records tonight. Paula, and then Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paula Bertram, 312 Townsend Harbor Road. I'm here to comment on the work of the Personnel Committee. It has been a long process, and input at certain points was sought from department heads, and agreements were reached. Positions were rated, the process was gone through, and in several instances, at a later point, that input was completely disregarded. Unfortunately, this process has not been transparent. And in order to obtain information about the various scenarios, about the rates, about anything, I had to submit a formal public information request, and I didn't receive that information until the absolute last day. This is information, in my opinion, that should be shared with all of you, with anyone that's interested in it, so that concerns me. The process itself, some job descriptions were gone through and they were redone and they were edited, which was a good process. However, there are some that are not, and they were rated despite that. And I have that from information that I've received through my public information request. At the last Personnel Committee, they went through various scenarios, and they're considering those, and I have those via an email that was sent from the committee. And they were discussed at length at the last Personnel Committee meeting. As was said by the member of the Personnel Committee, we're talking about potentially 85 employees. The ones that are being considered right now would eliminate the first step and leave everyone else where they are. And they would propose either a 2.5% to a 3% increase for fiscal '24, and then the same for fiscal '25. The numbers, they're considering several different scenarios, but the numbers they're talking about, and keep in mind this is 85 people, $10,644 total, $28,000 total, $47,000 total for 85 people. As a previous speaker indicated, this is essentially a cost of living increase, not an adjustment of the salary grid. So the Personnel Committee several times, this type of adjustment is typically done by a professional firm. There's a reason for that. They have the expertise, they have the understanding, and they have the resources. And honestly, this is the process that should have been followed for this. I understand they had a problem with the consultant, but right away another consultant should have been sought. A true salary and rating grid needs to be implemented to make Lunenburg competitive in the market, and to retain employees. I urge the board to review the last Personnel Committee meeting, to review the minutes, to review the various scenarios which are available, and support a cost of living increase, but then encourage a complete study that will look at the job descriptions, that will look at a competitive market, and not just take the data from one or some of the jobs have one comparison. So that is my comment, and I would urge you, when you do look at this data, that you really consider whether or not it makes Lunenburg a competitive market, because I truly don't believe it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Beardmore.
Good evening. Peter Beardmore, 282 Pleasant Street. I'm a member of the school committee, speaking on behalf of myself. I've been pretty actively involved here for about 6 years, and tonight was the longest discussion in a select board meeting in my memory in the town of Lunenburg, and that's reasonably going back about 6 years, although I've been an observer for about 20. Mr. Nuzzolo, with all due respect, you've been a selectman for 10 months, and to my knowledge, you have not asked a budget question or made a budget comment during your tenure. Mr. Jeffries, I share your skepticism on the success of an override. That's about the only thing we agree on this evening, particularly the virtue signaling that went on up here. Just share a couple direct quotes from you. We all have to make do with the budgets that we have. The proposed school department budget was a 2.94% increase. Now, granted, tonight's announcement will bring it to about 4, a little bit below that. So we're going to close the gap considerably, and I appreciate that and the creativity that's going on here. But the crux of the argument is that general government is 9.75, police 5.93, Department of Public Works 5.16, health and sanitation 8.35, library 6.0. The school department budget includes our insurance lines, it includes all of our collective bargaining agreements, it includes everything. It's fully burdened. Whereas in the town budgets, depending upon the rules, certain things are in, certain things are out, health insurance being one of them. But the reason why these numbers are so big, the reason why you've shifted the burden through this proposed budget to the school department is because your costs are increasing too. It was great evidence tonight in the discussions around the SAP and the gaps that we have in what we're paying our employees. Another quote, we've done a great job on the town side of making do with what we have. Well, how is that? We articulated a gigantic gap tonight in what we're paying our employees, what we've been paying our employees, and you have no financial plan to close that gap. You need an override as much, if not more, than the school department needs an override. But all this virtue signaling about how the school department has failed to plan, you have failed to plan more, I would estimate. In the absence of school needs, we wouldn't be having this discussion. No, we wouldn't be having this discussion because I would suspect we would be continuing to put our heads in the sand. This is not an honest discussion that we're having here tonight. You decided to shift the burden to the school department and people squawked. And now we're filling the gap, and I appreciate that. I think we should go for an override. I think we should take it to the town. But the town, all of the departments excluding the school department, need a raise just as much as the school department does. And for you not to come to terms with that and address the issues that have been talked about here tonight, I think is irresponsible. And you know, if you think the school department is behind the 8 ball, you're much further behind the 8 ball than the school department is. You have already agreed to raises substantially higher than the school department has agreed to. Last year, we didn't hire an additional police officer to offset the first year of a police contract. That police contract is a 3-year contract. The chief basically said in the finance committee meeting last week that, you know, his over, I believe the number that he has for police is 5.93% of that. 2% of that is in contractually obligated pay raises. You take that out, he's at about 2.93. Interesting what that number is. And that, of course, excludes the 5.7% health insurance increase. Now, I understand the budget can be confusing, and I think that that confusion is being used against people tonight. There were things that were said here tonight that are factually inaccurate. Nobody's brought a $1.2 million override proposal. The numbers that were getting thrown around here tonight, there's a reason why we're going through this process, and a number will be brought forward. And again, I share your skepticism, so much so that I'm very concerned about the budget, because the budget that theoretically will be passed at town meeting is probably the budget that we are going to live with, because we don't have it together. And I'm saying the royal we. And I think to all the points you made about the school department, right back at you. We've got the exact same problems on the town side. We need to true up. Our costs are vastly exceeding 2.5% annually. And can we say that this won't happen again next year? No. Do you know what inflation is going to be next year? I certainly don't. You know, I know that on the school department, we've been very conservative in our negotiating, particularly when it comes to collective bargaining agreements. So in any event, I don't know. I'm on the one side, I'm somewhat enthusiastic about the creative thinking that's going on here with respect to particularly dealing with capital lines and that sort of thing. But I still don't think we're having a really honest discussion about what our financial condition is and what we are going to do to address that financial condition. I think that you have orchestrated this to push the burden on the school department. But it is not a fair argument, because your problems are just as big, if not bigger. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beardmore. Do we have any other public comments this evening? And I'm not looking at Zoom. Here we go. We have 2 hands raised on Zoom. We're going to start with Amanda Moore, then we'll go to Sybil Kaufman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, Amanda Moore, 110 Milpas Road. I also just wanted to make a comment about the Personnel Committee and the way that that process has gone. I believe that they've made the employees feel undervalued and unappreciated. That process has not been transparent. I also had to put a public records request in to receive the information. One of those requests that I put in was for emails between the committee. And in those emails, I won't get into reading direct quotes, but there are several emails that are inappropriate comments that are made about employees of the town. And I just wanted to correct what one of the previous speakers said. The grids do exist, they are there. I did receive them as part of my public records request. So when I believe one of the select board members asked specifically for those grids that they're working on, at least one of the documents that they've been working on goes back to October, and those grids are there, even if they're not finalized. They have also had the payroll coordinator work on a projection. So I would just say that the information that you're asking for does exist. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. And then, I can't see that name again, but I think it was Sybil. Oh, I think I met Sybil. Yes, Sybil.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes. Good to see you.
Thanks. Sorry, I have a cold, so you get to see me in all my Zoom glory. I do appreciate that this meeting was available so that I could attend and watch it from start to finish. I'm going to say this is not a prepared presentation like I gave to Finance Committee. I am feeling very disappointed in what I've heard tonight, especially from Chair Jeffries. I think that the political positioning that's going on right now is really, it is diverting our attention from where it needs to be focused, which is that multiple budgets have been presented. There are line items that are very clear. So positioning statements about, I'm confused by the numbers or I'm not an educator. The facts have been presented multiple times, so I'm really confused about how our select board members, and I'm a new resident here, and I don't think I said 27 Oak Ave, sorry about that. I'm a new resident, but it should be select board, no? Select man was voted out, I think, before I got to town. So select board members are pointing to questions of data specificity, and that is there for people like me to see. Our superintendent and the chair of the school committee has shared that with us. It is not some ephemeral question mark. And I think that there was some selective Googling that happened to point out metrics for school performance and achievement. I think that some different Googling would yield a very different narrative. And I don't think that there is mismanagement of funds on the school committee side or the superintendent side. This is, again, political posturing that I'm really tired of this narrative. And I do appreciate the recommendations to bring this forward to the town, because I do think we have a chance here to have a healthy discussion. And that discussion, yes, I'm a parent, and I do appreciate that Chair Jeffries outlined how healthy parenting and a healthy home can help to nurture our children. But an empty but maintenance A-OK school building is not what I want for my child, for my children. That's not why I moved here. Parents are great and we do our best, but we need our teachers. We need our principals. We need our band leaders. We can't do it alone. We do our best to go to work and to put food on the table and to teach our kids and to bring them up right. We need the schools to help us. It's a village, right? Please be our village. Thank you.
Thank you, Sybil, for your comments and for joining us tonight. Do we have any other public comments from the public? Seeing none, do we have any public comments from the board?
2 comments.
Yes.
First of all, and they're very quick. First of all, we had yesterday the retirement luncheon for Elaine Peterson as the executive assistant, and I want to publicly thank her for all the work she's done over the 9 years she's been with the town. She's been fabulous to work with as a selectman, and I know she's been a real, I don't want to speak for the town manager, but real asset for the town manager and her department, and I wish her the very, very best on her retirement going forward. She will leave big shoes to fill. Number 2, I just want to remind people that March 25th is the town caucus. There are lots of seats that are up. One right to my right is up. I want to thank Lou once again for his service. And I will offer that if anybody out there is interested in running for selectman and you want to discuss with somebody what it's like to be a selectman, I'd be more than happy to talk with you. We really need candidates for not only this position, but other positions in town. And because I sit on this board with my other colleagues, I can certainly and be more than happy to speak with somebody who says, I'm interested, but can you tell me about the job? What should I expect? What kind of time commitment, et cetera? I won't say that we made till 11:10 tonight, but I do offer that. I'm listed. You can reach me via email in the town. I'd be more than happy to talk to interested parties. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments from the board?
Yeah, I did chuckle a little bit that like maybe tonight isn't the night you want to be doing the advertising. So,
well, I could advertise a pancake breakfast because it's only about 7 hours away now.
Actually, is that, I think, yeah, next week. Yeah. It's 1 week and 7 hours from now. So, yes, I would like to echo Mr. Alonso's gratitude for Elaine. So much of this work in general, and the town manager as well, you know, just in the public sees, I mean, except in times like this, right? This is when the microscope comes on, and properly so, but all the stuff that has to go right on a day-to-day basis, that's the 90% of the stuff that is below the waterline of the iceberg, right? The public sees only what's above the waterline, and Elaine's a major part of that and has been a major part of that. She's done a good job, and from the perspective of a select board member, I say that. And also, I would be willing to, of course, discuss with anybody who wants to know what it's like to be on this board. And I can give you the dirt on these guys, too. I'm kidding, of course. So, yes, my door's open as well. If anybody's considering running, wants to know what it's like, or has already made a decision to run, I'll talk to anybody, any and all comers.
Thanks. Any other public comments from the board this evening? Do you have any final comments?
No, obviously, I thanked Elaine yesterday for her service to the town. She's been such a valuable asset to the town and our office to making sure things run smoothly. She's always been a professional, always helped business owners out, committee members, staff, whoever comes across our threshold. So I thank her, and we're going to miss her on a daily basis.
Mr. Chair, can I ask?
Of course.
Comment one last thing. I want to comment, and I really want to give my appreciation to everybody who showed up tonight. I commented that, oh, it must be another boat launch question or something. But, you know, the room was filled, and it still has many people in it. It's 11:10, and everybody who's passionate about what happens in this town stayed tonight for the entire meeting. And I want to thank all of them and everybody who stayed with us on Zoom, too, through the whole meeting. That's the kind of participation that will ensure, by that level, that things will go in the right direction, because we will hear from people of all sides and all perspectives, and we need that kind of involvement, and we need that kind of passion that showed tonight. So I want to thank all those members of different boards and committees and employees, et cetera, who did that, because it really shows the best side of what a conversation can be like on multiple topics tonight.
Thank you. I concur. I also wanted to thank, I'm not going to be long-winded, I want to thank everyone who came out tonight. I understand that these meetings can run long, and, you know, when we do these agendas, sometimes we know that they're going to run long, and we knew that coming in tonight that we were hitting many topics that were going to be of community interest. But as a final comment to Elaine, you know, a lot of people don't know how an agenda comes together on the select board and kind of what the role of the chair is outside of meetings. And, you know, the staff really do a lot of the legwork to make all of this happen. You know, we rely on Elaine, and now it's going to be Annie, to meet with residents who want to meet with the board to get all the documents in order that they know that we're going to be looking for before we actually put it on the agenda and post it. I'm probably a little bit more rigid than others, that if we don't have the documents, I'm not going to let it get on the agenda if we don't have it on Thursday by noon, roughly. And so, you know, the work that goes on in coordinating all this, as Mr. Alonso mentioned, you know, meeting with everyone who has business before the town, just about everyone has to go through Elaine. And learn about process and everything that we do, from the executive sessions that she has to, you know, record, the minutes that she does a great job doing, and then all the emails. And anyone who's FOIA'd the select board, and especially me, see the quantity of emails that we get. And so it is vital to have that staff, and Elaine will be missed. And I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to privately take her out individually to lunch. I'm glad that we had the opportunity this week. And it is sad to see staff move on, but I'm really confident that what comes next for Elaine is a good thing. And for those at home watching, generally, you know, government is meant to be messy. I mean, it's something that a good friend of mine said was, you know, you're doing the job good when you're pissing people off. And that's really not the the best way to phrase it, probably. But in this role, every time you make a decision, someone will be happy and someone will not. But we function as a board. You know, we are a voice, and it's the combination of our voices that hopefully better represent the town, and that help bring things, move things forward, help move our community forward, bring things to reality. And sometimes, you know, being a public servant is biting your tongue, and sometimes it's choosing not to, if you have strong convictions, but not fearing that other people may disagree with you just as strongly and as passionately as you may have your own views, and that's supposed to be part of the process. We're not all supposed to agree. And the compromise and the middle ground is what gets us there. You know, people may not know that Peter and I are actually good friends. You know, we talk often. We were just at lunch, 2 weeks ago? I mean, you know, but we can actively disagree in settings, because politically we don't see eye to eye on everything. And that's some of the, I think, the beauty of town government, is that you come to meetings and you participate. You don't have to agree with people, but you ought to respect their humanity. And if you can respect their humanity, oftentimes you can get to a better place. So I want to thank the board for this lengthy meeting. This is now a record-setting night. So we will not have another one of these while I am chair of the board, so in the next month or so. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Any additional? All right, it's going to be a roll call vote. Selectman Nuzzolo.
Aye.
Selectman Imke. Aye. Selectman Alonso.
Aye.
Selectman Franco.
Aye.
And an aye for myself. Have a wonderful evening.